Hello and welcome back to the Twin Noir podcast where we talk about Minecraft and make technological advancements. Here with my co-host, Twin Minds. How you
Hi.
doing?
Hi, how you doing this evening?
Oh, I'm doing quite well indeed, quite well.
So what's on the agenda for tonight? For tonight's discussion.
I'm thinking about working towards the next little bit of circuitry that we may need.
Okay.
And then I was kind of hoping to maybe get started building a fusion reactor.
Oh, I see.
Because we're going to need europium for the next, for like the 0 point stuff. And that's made in the fusion reactor. So,
I see.
yeah.
Europium. Europium. I see. Neodymium and hydrogen.
Yep.
Okay. Well, don't start that one without me, because I'm curious about that one too.
Yeah, oh no, I based on the stuff it takes to make it, I think that's going to probably involve both of our efforts.
Okie dokie. Well, I've been trying really hard not to glance your direction, but it's really hard to miss the damn thing.
Yeah, so I put a little bit more work into the building.
Yeah. I see that.
So the tower I'm not entirely satisfied with, but I don't know if I care enough.
It's also the one that you seem
fix
to have
it.
put the most effort into to decorating.
Yeah, well, yeah. So I have the anti-blocks in here to mimic where the draconic reactor is going to be.
Oh, yeah,
not
gotcha.
How
Okay.
big it is.
Makes sense.
So that's a 13 by 13 by 13 ball.
Sure. Okay. Makes sense.
And then these little, I needed to space out where the stabilizers go, which is what these
Yep. Okay. Dig it.
gaps are. And then once I put that in, I'm like, well, I gotta kind of tie it into the rest of it. So,
You gotta tie the whole room together.
but yeah, so that's why it looks the most decorated.
Okay. Well, I dig it. I dig it. I know you're not quite sold on it, but I like it.
I had it originally the whole, like, I had this bottom part as tall as it was, and then I had like the ball starting like 4 blocks higher, and then the roof like 4 blocks higher than that. I was like, I don't really dig it. So then I made bowls that it's now like capped around.
Which works because it makes it feel like it's more encapsulated.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about making the like the top of the tower and the bottom of the tower look like the ball like ripped it apart, and just like shattered it open.
Ooh.
But
Okay.
I don't quite know how to do that, nor if I want to like try to get that. But that was like I was thinking about that. I'm like that might be kind of interesting.
That might be an adjustment after the ball is in there. Once you get the kind of like the feel of what it's actually going to look like in there.
Right, yeah. So I was thinking about having like suspended blocks, like it was just like ripped apart and like put the cracked block like bricks and
Yeah.
things and whatever, but
Okay.
I don't know.
So I see that the plan had somewhat changed from the original idea of capping it top and bottom with fusion reactor rings.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just because so I was looking at it and the fusion reactors are 15 by 15 by like 4 or something like that.
Sure.
And this tower is 17 wide. So I'm not even sure if the idea of putting the fusion reactors in the tower is really going to work, because it's going to give us no room to move around it.
Yeah.
But
Okay. I think we might still be able to make it work with this. So is it 15 wide at the white brick or at the black brick? Or sorry,
it's
17.
it's 17 wide at the white brick.
Okay. So it would technically kind of nuzzle right in there.
It would be right up against the wall, yeah.
Got it. Okay. Because we could potentially work that into the design. I mean, roughly right around where this black ring is. We could have the fusion reactor roughly at that level, and we could work the design around it so it looks like the building is kind of clamped onto the ring, since it's just about at the right width.
Yeah, we could.
And then maybe the top could get extended just a little bit to account for the top two if we happen to need two of them.
I have a feeling. I mean, we're probably going to need at least three. Probably a Mark One, Mark Two, and a Mark Three.
Yeah, okay.
But I mean,
Dang it, Dragon Knight,
the
thanks.
tower structure itself is hollow.
I got like halfway through to my title and then I forgot.
If we wanted to fit them in, but then again, that's more hidden. But
Yeah, I think since the size is so close, 15 versus 17, I mean, it's literally one block off on either side.
right.
So I think at that point, we could do with just cutting the white brick out entirely, maybe even leave the black brick structure as is and just work in what appears to be like a little clamp design using some angles and stuff.
Right.
I think that could work, and then the piping would almost be visible at that point.
Yeah,
there would
it
be
all
no way to
depends
hide
on
it.
how, like, where all the blocks for the fusion reactor need to be and how it has
Yeah.
to be connected to everything else. But
I can foresee it working,
yeah,
but whether or not it actually does work once we put it in there, who knows. But
Yeah.
that would leave potentially two spaces. Each of these black rings could be a space for the fusion reactor, and then
Right.
could do something above too to continue that pattern up if needed.
possibly.
So
Yeah.
some thoughts there. I approve. Meanwhile, you were building big brick structure, and I was finishing my reactor structure, and I see it has yet to melt down.
You're welcome, by the way.
Oh, what happened?
We were almost out of blizz rods on, I think,
Oh, no.
Sunday.
I legit
popped
had
on.
a dream where we ran out of redstone.
Oh, yeah, I logged in to work on the tower. I think it was on Sunday, and I looked, and like the blizz rods were almost out. Like, oh, so I added 4 more simulation chambers,
Nice.
and also down here where you have your monitor for the cryotheum.
Yeah.
I put little
Ow.
monitors that show how many blizz rods, snowballs, and redstone are in the network, so you can
I forgot
monitor
where I put
that
that.
as well.
Hang on. Where did I put that?
It's just right down the stairs.
There we go. Okay.
Where you're, yeah.
Wait, you put monitors?
Right here. Right. Turn. Right here.
Oh, these types of monitors. Okay, good. Okay, got it.
Yeah. So we can keep tabs on how many of those we have, so you know if
Yeah,
cryotheum will be coming.
that's probably a good call. See, I was putting this here just more of a test because I wanted to make something bigger that was more like part of the face of the building somewhere. So I was trying to get a feel for how big it all looked, what type of
okay.
options were available. Turns out not much,
Sure.
because this is pure Greg Tech. So I could not get any sort of controller or attachment that would give me a status of the reactors themselves.
No. Yep.
I couldn't get a status of the fluid pipes. The best I could probably do is if I did a Greg Tech fluid tank as an intermediate spot. That could give me some fluid count. So I figured the counts of the extractors themselves would be a big enough of a red flag that if all those were black, then problems. And then I wanted to get some sort of status of centrifuge units, but those don't do stuff often enough to really matter all that much. So I don't know how much I'm going to extend this and how much I'm actually going to work this into the face of the building, but we'll figure something out. But yeah, having these here is definitely a good idea. I see we did not run out of redstone.
Nope.
But is that number smaller than I remember? I thought we had like 200-something thousand.
No, it's gone up. When I placed the monitor, we were at 99,000.
Oh, okay.
So,
Oh, all right, cool.
yeah.
So I keep fiddling with the monitor. I don't know what my final design of this building's going to be anyway. So that's probably going to be a work in progress.
Sure.
As you can see, the reactors themselves are kind of bare bones sticking out in the sky, so not exactly a finalized design yet.
Eh.
But aside from almost running out of blizz rods, this thing works great.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we are nearly full on all of our materials. We have some materials that get
Certainly
used.
not Californium 252.
Right. Yeah, we have some materials that get used 100% to make new fuels, which is expected. But then we
Yeah.
have some overages like this one is berkelium the berkelium 247 gets used 100%, but we have a huge overage of 248. So I can use those to make the stabilize. That's going to be my
Yep.
next step for tonight.
Yeah.
Is do this side to do the stabilize conversions and then get those available to the network.
Great.
And then as far as the functionality of this place goes, it's essentially done.
Perf.
Yeah. So that's my short term plan, at least until we figure out some other crisis that needs to be solved.
Always a crisis.
Always the crisis. All right, so I'm gonna get to work on that. What you gonna do?
Circuit stuff in the clean room, I'm sure.
Okay. I'd have fun. So, stabilized. Blade has a favor to ask. What is this favor, Blade? Oh, do you want to see the building? Make the building out of monitors. You know, Demos, that's not a terrible idea, but also not a great idea. It's a neutral idea. I have no strong feelings one way or the other. So let me get started on creating... I need 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. I need 7 stabilized doodads. So I need 7 sets of fluid solidifiers and extractors. So we're going to get those started. Okay. Yeah, we can go to my storage room. Let's see. Well, okay, so let's start at the beginning. Standard storage wall. We still have a lot of stuff both in my storage room, coming out of my machine room, coming out of my floors above here. The MV wall that's almost gone, the LV wall that's half gone. A lot of the automated stuff is going on, I think it's the white input line, into drawers. So standard drawer stuff that you're well aware of. But just to let you know that never totally goes away. But for the machine room, all of this stuff is set up to go into the network. Just pattern feeds out, dumps in the machines. The output item dumps right back into the machine room, or into the interface into the network. So that's just standard automation. And then for this room, it's... I don't think there's a way to make this pretty. I think the only way to make this pretty would have been to condense the room inward a couple blocks, and then have the export buses on the outside, or on the back side, which would have made it difficult to configure. So I left it with this. But ultimately, storage bus over 9,000 priority, so that any component that gets created or put into the network in some fashion goes into this drawer controller, which is all connected by slaves up here. I could have done that with drawers or frames, drawer, whatever the empty drawer space items are to connect it all up. That's fine. So ultimately, my design mentality here is take all the parts that I have already identified in my spreadsheet and put them in the wall in the right order to make them easy to identify. And the right order for me was not alphabetical, which would make a lot of sense, but more in the order that they show up in JEI, which I think is based on some form of... It's a combination of alphabetical and in what order the items were registered, and some of that is in mod order. So aluminum, cobalt, copper, and then it kind of resets itself to Nakoda and HSSG, and then back to B and D, etc. So just in the order that they show up in here. That was my thought process behind that. Make a spot for them standard 4-spot drawer is a 512 item count, 8 stacks I think it is, yeah. So I put the items in here, and I only put the items in here that we are comfortable producing a quantity of. So aluminum we have infinite of, copper we have infinite of. So you put the items in here that you have a lot of. So I think this slot right here is for, I believe it's europium. Did I not put that in here, or did that get turned off? Oh, interesting, that one got turned off. But each of these export buses is configured to output the item in question, with a crafting card, capacity card to get 5 slots instead of the 1 default, and then acceleration for the rest just to speed up the crafting process. And anytime a stack of items gets pulled out of here, the export bus kicks in and says, hey, you're less than the number that can fit in there, so let's queue up some more. And within a couple moments, the wires start filling in and filling up that drawer spot. It's not fast. It's not nearly as fast as like a dedicated machine that always produces that item, like we had previously in the LV wall. But it is sufficient for most needs to keep a quantity available. The export buses are key, yes. So the export bus directly adjacent to the drawer, and it specifically has to be set to crafting behavior, do not use stocked items. Otherwise it goes into a self-feedback loop and says, hey, we've got aluminum wires in the network. I'm going to pump these aluminum wires into this drawer, which then feeds into, I've got wires available, so I'm going to pump them into the drawer, and it just feeds the same wires into the drawer over and over again. So it has to be set to craft only. And that's the key, because otherwise it just never crafts anything. I don't know why. I don't know why it doesn't detect that it's self-feeding, but it's probably just due to the fact that the drawers are a separate process or a separate mod. So it's just detecting that, hey, there's wires in the network, so it will always do the thing. The only worry about excess ending up in the drives, there's two elements to excess ending up in the drives. The first element is what I just did, took out a stack of wires and waited until the drawer filled up, so when I put these back in the network, those wires are now in the network. But the network by default tends to use the overages of what's stored in the network first rather than external drives. Even though this is set as a high priority, it still tends to pull from the drive storage first. So any overage that ends up in the network ends up being used pretty quickly afterward. The only other overage is if the drawer space that's available is lower than the quantity being output. So if I removed 1 wire, it's still going to queue up a crafting job, which is 4 wires. So it's going to put the 1 wire in there, and then the rest are going to go into the network. So it's fine. But again, that overage ends up being a negligible number, and it gets used from the drawers first. Pulls from the lowest first, but pushes to the highest first. I actually didn't know that. I just knew its general behavior of pulling from the drives first, not really equating the fact that that was the lowest priority first. But yeah, that's ultimately how any overages are prevented and how it keeps a decent amount in stock without, worrying too much. And since we've got some in stock, it's mostly for handcrafting and to kind of kick off jobs. If I were to kick off a job that said, use 1,000 aluminum wires, it would have half of that done already, and it wouldn't take nearly as long to queue up the rest of it. But granted, my machine wall setup here, queuing up 500 wires to be crafted in here takes 30 seconds, a minute tops. So waiting for items to finish is not a huge deal, which is why I wasn't concerned too much about, setting these to a higher number. But if you wanted to have 2,000 available or whatever, you can just slap upgrades in here and have the quantity of your choice. That's not a big deal. Now, literally had that in my pocket for a reason and I forgot. Do I want a drawer controller for this? Probably do. Key. Does that answer all your questions? Extractors, fluid solidifiers. That's going to be 14 blocks, so we should be able to get away with an EV16, which we have plenty of, and some end steel wires, which I might need more of, but we'll see. I might do this with item conduits just because I got really sick and tired of dealing with Greg Tech conduits. Yeah, because it was just driving me nuts. Okay, so let's go back to power plant. 3rd floor. Yeah, I did some testing on that, and without those 2 acceleration cards and the export buses, it takes it queues up 1 craft at a time, and it does it very slowly. So you need those extra acceleration cards in there to have even a remotely reasonable speed. I had a compromise with that because the export buses only default export 1 item, but with 3 acceleration cards on 1 item, it does go really fast. So if you want to have it go faster, you certainly can, but you're going to need to have a lot more export buses for that. I mean, did I notice what mod is in this pack? You're going to have to be much more specific than that. We've got Chisel, we've got the little Architect mod that I'm not familiar with. We've got the little tiles that I'm also not familiar with. So there's several options for pretty decorative. Oh, we also have is it X-tones? Yeah, X-tones. So we've got at least 4 dedicated decorative mods available that I'm aware of. So is there another one that you're trying to point me towards? Alright, so how are we gonna do this? I literally just need 2. I need 2 drawers. That's it. I need 2 drawers for the 7 items that we're going to be working with. That means I probably don't even need a drawer controller except for to make them available to the network more easily. I could also just put those over here and have the output back over here. Because the items are going to have to come from this away and go over here to use this side of the wall. I could do here, but this is only like 6 spaces wide, something like that. Yeah, it's only 6 wide, so that wouldn't be easy to do. This space would be easier to work with. So the items are going to have to come across here, and then they could feed back over to these drawers in the wall, which are already being made available to the network. So that'd probably be easy. Yeah, we have 17,000 blocks of plutonium. Okay, okay. We also had to void the uranium-233 because the TBU fuel that's coming out of here produces so damn much of it that it was stopping up the system every couple minutes, basically. So we had to void upgrade this thing. And then I think there was another one that maybe needed to be void upgraded. This one didn't get void upgraded, it just ended up getting a 2nd upgrade slot. But that one will probably need to get void upgraded too. That's the Neptunium-236. Yeah, the little tiles did look like chisel and bits. That part looked familiar, but I never actually got used to using chisel and bits or any of the other, various mods that broke it down into individual voxel blocks. My brain did not go down to thinking that small and how I could actually use that for anything. Might be worth looking into again if I have any sort of design ideas, but nothing ever comes to mind when I try. What, hang on. What am I seeing over here? What am I seeing over here? No, okay, I can't go down. I'm seeing something when I'm inside my building. On the map. Yeah, right there. The space extends out. I can't point with my mouse, so look up on the map. Right where my character is facing, 2 chunks out, you can see it extends out an extra block. But if I zoom down, oh, okay, it's not sticking out an extra block. It's just not registering the full 2 chunk wide space for whatever reason. That's weird. That's very weird. All right, whatever. Okay, so let's take these up. Oh, shit. So let's put these down. And those will be my stabilized items. And we already do have 2 sets of stabilized items. I don't know if these are being made anywhere. No? Okay. Americium and Neptunium. Americium and Neptunium is here. So, I mean, Einsteinium is another stabilized one, but this is one that comes out of the fusion reactor, so it's not part of my process at all. So there would be 8, but not. So, berkelium, Neptunium. So let's put these in order. Berkelium, Neptunium. And then Americium is actually the last one, so we'll put that right there. Perfect. Eh? Eh? Oh, did I set this to put only? Yeah, I did set this to put only. Okay. Well then. I think it'll be fine to set it to pull now. Yeah, chisel and bits did require you to do a pixel at a time, and I that was definitely off-putting, I suppose. Little Tiles has a bigger array of tools. Interesting. So you can make like a safe door with a rotating handle that'll slowly swing open. Interesting. I think that is for someone who is significantly more creative than me. But I'll look into it and see what I can come up with. Alright, so let's switch a U to bidirectional. And hope that nothing gets pulled out of here to grind my process to a halt. But that then should make stabilize available in the network, yes. Okay. So then we need items to come probably from up here is fine across. And I need these things.
Also, I found an issue with limiting production at the dust level. Like we had it set up instead of at the ingot level.
Oh, what's that?
So for instance, like the HSS tag S dust needs HSS tag G dust. But if that machine is turned off because we don't need any more ingots of the tag G, then we're not making any more S.
I see. Okay. Have you found a solution to that?
No. I'm not even looking into it. I just remembered I saw that earlier.
Okay.
But
Let me
yeah.
take a peek and see if I can come up with anything easy. Also, is it just me or is everything freaking loud right now? Hang on. Let me turn stuff down. Let me turn Pine down. Am I just going crazy? Is Pine loud? Is the game loud? Am I just being sensitive? Eight-episode long mod spotlight on it. Oh no! Wanna send over a link in Discord? See if we can see if I have time to watch that. All right. So what about?
So in the meantime, I had just like swapped how the machine controller cover works. That way it's running, or the HSS tag G dust machine is running. That way we can make the S, but that's not, of course, a permanent fix.
Right.
And I took the dust out of the interface for the EBFs, so it wouldn't immediately go in there and get cooked.
Okay.
So we'll have to remember to put, or I'll have to remember to put that back in when we need it. I just wanted to tell you that that was done in case you had questions later.
Okay. Okay. Got it. So, I mean, the only real way around that, well, I guess there's two ways around that. The only real ways I can think of are either stop limiting these drawers to 64 stack and just make sure we have 2,000 or whatever of each type of dust on hand.
Oof.
Or set up E on its own process, consuming its own standalone G that doesn't get fed into the network, so as not to halt one or the other.
Could do that, yeah.
That's the only way I can think of that would do it without accidentally chewing all the G dust for E purposes and then running out of G and then all that fun stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, because both S and E need the G.
Right. So, I mean, we're going to need 2,000 G on hand anyway, so maybe that one's fine to leave at always produce, but what was that one need again? That one needs... Oh, I see. Tungsten steel, chrome, molybdenum, and vanadium steel, or vanadium dust.
Well, the hard one there is the
hardest
tungsten
part.
steel.
Yeah.
But,
Okay.
I mean, we have a lot of tungsten just sitting around right now, but that's not in tungsten steel dust form.
Right. Yeah, I figured we're probably going to end up redoing some of these anyway with the new building, because I think there's better methods to do some of these that don't rely on the dust method. Like, I know, like when I originally set up HSSG, I originally set it up in the blast arc furnace or whatever, not realizing that it had a dust method. So that could easily be done in the alloy blast smelter.
Right.
So that's a different way to limit it, so that it's just limited by the quantity of ingots and then makes it based on the quantity of ingots. But that still doesn't answer the question of the E and the S, but I think those can also be done in the alloy blast smelter. Let's see. Ingot S. Yeah, G can be done in the alloy blast smelter, as can E and S. However, those do require the G dust to make it. But those can then grind up the G ingots that have already been made. And we can still limit the G ingots to 2,000 or whatever. And let the E and the S just grind up however many they need.
Right.
So there are different ways to do it. Some of them that we have set up there can't be done through the alloy blast smelter, so we're going to have to find other options for that, but still.
Rush creative tank.
Yes. Well, I'm working on my part of it.
Proud of you.
Thanks. Okay. So. I'm just making all this up as I go. I am making it all up as I go. That's what we call winging it in the industry. How's it going, Sybil? Alright, so I need extractors and fluid solidifiers coming out the wazoo, wherever that's appropriate to do. You're fucking tired? I understand. Me too. I'm doing pretty good actually. Um, it's like above freezing temperature here, and my snow is melting, and I got the rest the last couple days. It's all good. So let's see. Let's do this method. This is a method I don't do too terribly often, but let's do it. This is Pine's usual method. I like the floor wire method, but he likes the up method. And I'm kind of okay with it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okie dokie. Alright, so fluid solidifiers on the bottom. Extractors up in the top. I guess I could have put this more centralized, but it's fine. It's fine. Is it fine? Am I gonna want to kick myself over it? Nope, it's fine. Fluid conduits we will not need. Alright, so what we're going to need to do, we're going to need to wrench D down for each of these. And we're going to wrench it, I guess it doesn't matter which way, down's fine for these two. Did I miss? I feel like I missed one of these. Nope, okay, we're good. Alright, and then all of these can be fluid out, but I'll wait to set that until we get the ins correct. The ins are going to be through here. Power is going to be through here. I guess it could have come from this direction, but whatever, it's fine. And then this is going to come up over there. Yeah, okay. And you can be off just for sanity's sake. And now that I have a significant amount of all these materials, I can know which one really to pull from. For Californium, we have 4 options to work with. We've got 250, sorry, it's 249, 250, 251, and 252. There's 0 252 because it's the lowest quantity output. And then there's so little 49 that it doesn't matter. So we have 51 and 50 that I can draw on if needed. For berkelium, 47 is already used up for fuel, so we got 48 to draw on. Curium, we've got these 4 to work with. Actually, it looks like 3 of them are safe to draw on, so that's good. In americium, we've got 42 to draw on. We've got an infinite amount of plutonium. I don't think we have... Do we have uranium on the list? We do have uranium, so we have either of these uraniums to draw from. Probably the 33 will be the best. Because 30... they're both in stupid quantities, so it doesn't particularly matter which one I pick. And then Neptunium. 37 is already used for fuel, so we've got 36 to pull from. There, easy enough. Howdy, Kinder. Welcome. Okay, so I need my filters. I need my basic filters. I'm just going to insert all of these where I can. Actually, let's do this. Oh, easier.
Good news.
Haha! Advanced SMD components. Advanced SMD. So these all go into making various mainframes and whatnot. Gadgets and gizmos aplenty, who's its and what's its galore. Yeah, there's various quantity tiers of stuff. Nice. Nice. Oh, do I need to worry about... No, I probably don't need to worry about it. Okay. And then this...
Basically, mid-game tab done. The other two things we technically don't need. So it's not terribly important right now.
Oh, the nano circuits?
Mm,
Oh no, that one's already marked done.
Mid-game,
That's
yeah.
all done. Epoxy.
The ones that
Why
are
do I
left
have
are
things
the
that are
high...
not marked as done? Oh, because I haven't clicked the checkbox task. Okay.
Ah, yeah.
There we go. Now that completes like 7 quests for me. I was like, what you talking about? I've got a whole bunch not done. But yeah, there they go. There's actually 4 more that got completed. So the turbines.
Turbines is a checkbox.
Yeah, turbines is a checkbox. Okie dokie. High octane gasoline.
That one we don't really need.
Weren't you doing that at some point? Like
I was going to, but then I realized I can just make draconium with regular gasoline, which is what I am doing. So
okay.
Whatever.
And then the warp core is the other one we don't need.
And
okay.
yeah, warp core is not needed for progression. So
Got it. But we're gonna do them anyway.
Whatever.
We're gonna do them anyway.
Well, yeah, it's just
we do.
not important right now.
Right.
And the warp core, I don't want to make it.
Fair. Warp core, warp core, warp core. Ah.
So yeah.
Blocks of
On
blocks
the
of
firmly
stairs.
on the late game now.
Nice.
Which of course we have been for a little bit. But
Sure. Oh yeah, it's a pretty muddy transition there.
47 out of 124.
Yeah, it's definitely a muddy transition. Because we were at 47 out of 24 or 124, and we were still, 90% of the way done with the mid game still.
Right.
All right. So late game. Now there's a bunch of shit in here that I haven't even fathomed yet, and Pine's been doing all of it. So I feel like I'm a bit behind here. Some of these are basic, various ore and metal creations and whatnot. But all of the he's done all of the tiers of circuitry the entire time we played this pack. So I don't even know what we're doing anymore. Yes, civil possessions. Yes, that's definitely what happened last night. I think this key can safely leave my pocket. Filters, yeah, good, okay. Just chill.
There's a non-zero chance I just start setting stuff up in the open air building. and not even care. I need space.
I see.
I would rather make progression than put up walls and do finishing touches on like the outside of the building and whatever.
Building's never gonna get done.
Well, this way none of it'll be hidden.
Technically correct. What on earth are you putting over here?
Oh, I just wanted to make it look like a work site.
It works. It works.
Yeah.
Still waiting for all those quests to complete after I had failed to check a bunch of boxes.
Oh, nice.
Are we done now? Hey, it's finally done.
Hey.
I now have $2 more, actually $4 more in my pocket.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so back to here. Okay, so let's set my filter, shall we? Let's do them in order because it's easier to do them in order. So we need the berkelium, neptunium, plutonium, berkelium, neptunium, plutonium. Pretty sure these are the items that go into melting everything. So the plutonium is various liquid plutoniums. It doesn't particularly matter which. And these are done through either the big or the little clumps. The big clumps would be the easiest to work with. And that's the 242 is the one that I've got. Which is this one. 239, 242. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. Dead Cells, something like Return to Castlevania or something like that. I saw that came out. Okay. Berkelium, Neptunium, Plutonium. Let's get the rest of them in order just to make it easier on myself to have them all in line. Berkelium, Neptunium, Plutonium, Uranium, Curium. We'll use this one. And I guess it doesn't matter which Curium I do. And maybe I set it up to allow any of them? Question mark? So with the filters, I can't really do much about what order they go in. Maybe the advanced filter will help. That one. No, this one does not help either. The other options are things like the limited item filter. No, I don't really have anything like a round robin item filter or anything like that. I can round robin on the export, but that doesn't really that really only round robins the destination. It doesn't really round robin the source item. So I either need to pick one of the curiums or set it up for all three of them and hope that that's fine. If anything, I probably should pick this one because it's got 2,000 more than the other two. So it's produced more in quantity than the other two. But I guess it doesn't particularly matter. We'll allow all of them. So that's that. And then after curium, we've got californium and americium. Okay. So californium has these two to work with, but this one is not nearly as many, so we're going to stick with this one. And americium is this one. Alright then. So, from the top, berkelium, neptunium, plutonium, regular filter, uranium, how did I end up with 2 stack of californium? Whatever, it's fine. Curium, californium, and americium. Okie dokie. And then I think setting these up to make 512 is probably fine. So let's insert. Right, I still have to turn on the output from the drawer. Meep. You guys getting your materials? You're getting your materials. You're working just fine. Maybe we round robin that. Yeah, there we go. Okay. They're all coming. This is probably going to call for speed upgrade. Because I have zero patience for anything right now. There we go. Yep. Yeah, I got there eventually. Okay, so we've got liquid, all of the liquids coming out. This is good. And then we should be able to set to auto output. And then I need the ball mold. We don't have any ball molds, but we have several empty shape plates. And I need a hammer. There we go. Now we have a whole bunch of stabilized materials. Oh, shit. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna... No, fine. I needed this. I need to just empty my pockets a little bit. So I can have all these on my hotbar. There we go. So, stabilized berkelium. Stabilized neptunium we already have on the list. Some of these are not nearly as fast as I thought they would be.
Ooh, berkelium.
Yeah.
Named after Berkeley, California.
Nice. Good to know.
You'll never guess where Californium's named after.
It's got to be an inside joke. It's from Georgia, right?
That's right.
Yeah, some of these are definitely slower than others, and I did not look into that before we did. So these might need to be upgraded to IV at some point, or whatevs. Doesn't particularly matter. Alright. Neptunium. Go. Plutonium. Go. Oddly enough, the uranium is the slowest one. That's the easiest one to come by. Curium's good. Americium's good. So yeah, uranium's the only one left that's not in my pocket. So we'll wait that one out. And meanwhile, let's take a look at what these are used for. So these are used for Cenarium, alloy smelter. They are also used as fuel sources for the advanced microverse, so we're going to need a few of those. I know we're going to need them for the Einsteinium. So yeah, we might need these in greater speeds, but that might be a wait-and-see approach. Let's see, and then it also goes into making the mote of omnium, all of the materials. What about berkelium? Goes into making a 0-point module, so meh. And omnium. Neptunium goes into making enriched samarium. Uranium goes into making the DU plating, which I think we need for the fusion reactor. And it's used to empower emerodic crystal blocks. Curium is for the Cenarium again. Californium is for this dude again. And Americium is for the enriched again. Okay. So they're all used in quantities for stuff and things. Ah, there's the uranium. Perfect. Alright, so doobity, 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 doobity. Hey, look at that. We got stuff. Now I just need to feed it all back in the network. There we go.
Nice.
All done.
Uranium.
All done. I did all of them. All of the stabilized are now automated.
Even the Einsteinium? That's cool.
Done. No. Yeah, that's the only one that I couldn't do from here.
Right. Excellent. Well done.
Yeah, so now those are available in the network. They're going to cook up to 512 because they're being limited by drawers. If we need more than that, we can do that. They're not terribly fast, so if we need them for quantities of stuff, then we might need to crank those up to better voltage or whatever.
I don't think we'll need them in really that much quantity of stuff.
Okay.
Plutonium I can think of. Curium I can think of. Well, not really. So the one, do you have room over there for like an alloy smelter?
Yeah, you want me to do the scenariums?
Just the one scenarium.
Okay, can do that.
Because the enriched scenarium is just like a 3x3 crafting grid, and I have a pattern for that already.
Okay, yeah, can do.
That'd be great. 'Cause that takes 100 seconds to cook.
Ugh, gross.
Yeah.
Do we need a lot of it?
No.
Okay, so I don't need to set up like an array of alloy smelters or anything?
No, yeah, just one will be fine, because we'll just let that sit and build up.
Okie dokie.
There's some in the network already, so you can even pre-stash your drawer.
Perfect. Right there. I happen to have a spot for it right there. Damn it, Demos! You know, this isn't your fault. I shouldn't yell at you. This is my fault. I keep forgetting to turn on my damn bot. Just you're the one that's pointing out my failure. Okay, you can try again now. There you go. And you got tentakittied for your trouble. I say tentakitty and Gizmo wakes up from his nap and just stares at me with wide eyes. Like, did you say something? Hi. You're a good kitty. You're a good kitty. It is very facehugger-esque, yes.
Alright, I have quantum eyes and quantum stars being automated.
Nice. I don't know what a flurkin is. Which reference is that from? That might trigger a memory. Gizmo. Ah. Then no. No memories for me. I'm not allowed. Okay. So let's see. What we're going to do then is we're going to alloy smelt. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. And I need another. I need the last remaining one of these. Tack it on right here. Boom. Oh, you know, I think I've seen that frame before. Yep, that's accurate. I don't think I ever knew the name to have a context to that picture, but we're gonna put that in random stuff because I feel like that is thematically appropriate. It is a very silly name, yes. And the fact that that particular Flurkin is named Chewy, if I understand the title of that image correctly. Need a basic filter. No, we need an advanced. No, we need a limiting filter. Limiting filter. Limiting filter, and the scenarium was plutonium and curium. Ow. So we're going to take a stack of curium, which is the purple one. What the...
Because I was already using the radon, I now also have the supercharged laser arrays auto-craftable.
Supercharged laser arrays. What is that exactly?
It's a component of some of the mid-tier microminers.
Nice. All right.
You have to take a regular laser array, the reinforced mining laser, which is a pain to make, which I automated that. And then you have to soak it in radon to get the supercharged one.
Okay.
So.
All right. So, other than the uranium stabilized, which seems to be the slowest cook for some reason, we have almost 512 of all of them.
Nice. Very good.
Okay, so stack of each, stack of each. Set you to on. Fuck. It's an IV. It's an IV recipe. Curses. So I should have set this whole thing up in IV, especially due to the speed of the uranium. Why is that one so slow? 25-second cook on LV, so that should be that's one every 3 seconds, I think. But all the other ones are in quantities of 2s and 4s and 8s, so that's why the uranium is so slow.
Actually, there is one more solidified thing, at least, if I could have you add over there.
Perhaps
it's not stabilized thing, or
Okay.
it's the solidified argon.
Solidified argon.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have argon?
Oh yeah. Yeah, don't worry about that.
Oh yeah, yeah we do. Okay. All right. I mean, not entirely the place for it, but I can do it.
No, I mean I'm sort of that spot makes the little balls of elements, so why
Sort of,
not?
kind of correct, yeah. I did make a bit of an oopsie, because I made all of the solidifiers in EV, and I didn't realize that the Sonarium was an IV recipe.
Oh,
So I either need to stand that one alone, or I need to upgrade all these to IV for funsies.
I mean probably just have that stand alone. That's
Yeah.
probably fine.
So we need an IV alloy smelter. And then an IV4 will be fine. Bah. The alloy smelter. We need lumium for IV. I think just a couple of those will be fine. Alright. Well, hang on. My pockets are full.
Are you planning on doing anything with the room directly below your second floor machine room? Like the ground level one?
Ah, balls. The ground level one is your reactor.
No, not all of it.
Oh, that's it. No, I hadn't made any plans for this room.
Cool, I might toss some machines and things in here.
Yeah, no, I had only planned the machine room as far as the main machine room floor and the sub basement below it, or the I guess second floor, whatever.
Great.
Have at. And down I go. Look at him just deleting shit willy-nilly. Doop, and then doop, and then doop. Okay, before I slap this thing down, he wanted another solidifier. Is argon also... That's an LV, so we're fine there. Let's grab another EV solidifier. We'll just use that space. Wire cutters. Fascinating. And the wire cutting recipe doesn't work anymore. Okay, cool. Oh, hey. Never mind. It does work. It just took a while. Weird. Alright, fair enough. Turns out I have one in my pocket anyway. Alright, so I just need power to come over here. Jesus, that is a 100-second recipe. Oh, good God. Cool. That's gonna take a little while. put those away because I'm never going to use those up. Alright, we can put this back over there. We put this there. And then he wants argon, which I need a fluid export, so the item export doesn't matter. Amazingly enough, this really messes up my my flow over here. This was not easy to add in here as much as he thinks it is easy to add in here. Because I didn't have any of these things set up for infrastructure-wise. So you need to come over here. Yeah. Actually, you can go this way. Argon export, okay. And then for the ball, we need another one of the ball molds. Then I need a space for it, which I don't have. Alright, and then you can also be an always out. Yeah, okay, good. Alright, solid argon and sonarium are automated.
Fantastic.
I have not managed to make a single sonarium yet because of how long it takes to cook one, but still.
I did tell you they're a long one.
It's a hefty cook.
Hefty cook. Did you preload your drawer with the?
Yeah, I
Good,
took all the ones that were
okay.
in the network. Yeah.
They'll stop it from making or using up too many of the other things, but
Yeah. We'll be fine.
oh yeah.
Setting the limit on the drawers for 512 of each of the stabilized items didn't even put a tiny dent in how many of those I had made over the weekend.
Nice.
So we're fine. Yeah, uranium's the slowest one because all the other ones put out multiple per cook and it's a single one for uranium, so that one's just the one that takes the longest to complete.
Mm.
Oh, we got qubits.
Qubits.
Qubits. Well, we got the building blocks of a qubits at least.
Yeah, I gotta slice them apart now.
Okay. Well, there goes my plans for the weekend, or for the evening. I finished all of the things I was planning on doing, so maybe decoratives. Maybe we do some decorative elements. I'm kind of thinking that maybe this block for the outer corners, like the full triangular shaped piece of each corner, the three space here, all the way up and down. How many reactors am I running here? So we're running 5 total. We got this one that is running non-stop TBU fuel. And that's all being produced through this floor here. We got the rock breakers here, the crusher to crush down the black granite into thorium here, and then we've got this many elite thermal centrifuges. They are purely for breeding, but because they are for breeding, they also produce a stupid amount of power. So this TBU reactor alone is putting out 880,000 RF a tick, versus the reactor that Pine set up for the main power of the base. That one puts out... Son of a bitch. That one puts out 286 RF a tick. So because I'm running it so damn hot and I'm using active cooling, it breeds really fast and it puts out a stupid amount of power. So that's what this whole setup is for. So TBU fuel alone is putting out 880. Oh no, it's keeping the network topped up. But yeah, it's largely being wasted. Because it was purely a breeding setup. The whole purpose was to make all the reactive subcomponents. And then this one, and all the way up, are progressively hotter reactors. To keep them tiered. So that this one, which produces... Come on, can we get a fuel? 1.2 million RF a tick on occasion. This one uses the fuels that are... hang on, I need my screwdriver to get this easy access info. The fuels that are 36 and 40 heat per tick. This reactor runs the 50, 52, and 54 heat per tick items. This one runs the 70, 68, and 60s.
More Q-Berts.
And this one runs the 120, 116, 112, and 94 heat per tick. So that's all the various progressively hotter coolants, which is why you can see the support structure gets really, really thick up near the top, whereas down below it's much more manageable. I'm trying to see what the final number is here, because I think this one is the one that's going to put out the most power. Come on, give me a fuel. Come on, give me a fuel. You know you wanna. I think it's something like 4 million. No, that fuel was only just shy of 2 million RF a tick, but I think one of the hotter fuels runs upwards of 4. They don't run constantly though, because they only rely on whatever fuel can be produced from the single TBU reactor. If I wanted these to run more often, I would need to set up probably the entire other tower here full of TBU reactors, which would then require, you know, this setup once again for each one of those reactors. So it would be a hefty investment in time to set that up if I wanted to. But if we happen to need more power at some point, we can do that. Because yeah, these things have the capacity to run easily another 3 or 4 of those reactors, if not more, just based on the quantity of throughput that these things handle. This one's only running once every 15-20 seconds or so, give or take. Okay, maybe it was only like 5 to 8 seconds. Well, actually wasn't so long. But still, it can handle more. So yeah, all the power that's being generated out of here is a waste, basically. But it's all hooked up with several output connectors here, so that if we do happen to be able to use that power, it will get used, 100%. And that's actually all happening down here through this lovely bugger that I set up over the weekend. I extended our current power capacitor. So it's got the throughput of 4.5 million RF a tick now, whereas previously it was, I even extended this wall too. Previously it was like right here, and it had the throughput of like a couple 100,000 RF a tick or something like that. By the way, I don't think I mentioned this to you. I was just explaining this on the stream. The capacitor that I expanded.
Yeah.
We went from something like 600,000 RF a tick throughupput capacity,
Yeah.
up to 4.5 million throughput. So max in and out now on that capacitor with all the various connectors is 4.5 million RF a tick.
Nice.
And it's got more than enough conduit connector attachments to it to be able to handle that. So whatever throughput we need until we get some, the ball or something set up, we should be able to handle this.
You say that now.
Fine, I'll make more capacitors.
No. No, it'll be fun. We'll need to upgrade the wires before we need a bigger capacitor. Because
Yeah,
technically,
probably.
I've got the I do have that flux plug there, which theoretically has limitless throughput.
The flux plug has limitless throughput, but the conduit attachers do not.
Right, that's what I was saying. Yeah, we'll need
Yeah.
to upgrade the wires before we need to make a bigger capacitor bank before the ball.
Right. But I mean, even then, you've got six plugs on here, so that's what, 3 million RF a tick, give or take, coming out of that flux plug.
Yeah, and then I don't know if dimensional transceivers are per side or per box. I couldn't find any documentation or anything online that said.
It's a combination of per side and the capacitor that's within it. So, a single compressed octatic is going to do X amount, but there's no numbers on those limitations. So,
Well,
it's gonna
there
be
are if you
experimentation.
mouse over one of the purple bars on the capacitor. It says what the IO is, but it doesn't say if that's total or if that's per side.
Ah, I see. Probably
Yeah.
total.
Could be total.
Probably total, yeah. So yeah, those dimensional transceivers are an option, but not a long-term option.
No.
They're more like a remote setup to do a machine type of deal rather than a full remote power throughput. But those flux plugs should be able to handle full remote throughput. Because that's another option we can do, is we can just start slapping flux plugs onto stuff if we can start making those automatically. And just have the flux plugs be the input for our machines or whatever, so we don't have to worry about wiring.
Well, yeah. Good luck with automating those right now, though.
Well, I mean, yeah,
I mean,
but
you
is it easier to automate those, or is it easier to upgrade the several thousand conduits that we have throughout our entire base?
Well, just take a look at what they take to make.
Okay.
Then you let me know what you think.
Flux plugs. Flux points is to provide energy. So those are LUV circuits, draconic conduits, LUV energy converters, which I think we have automated, I don't remember for sure. Phantom energy face, which is phantom face. Empowered dimetine, okay, we'd have to automate empowered dimetine. Not a huge deal. Nothing else remarkable here. Empowered redstone, so we'd have to automate that as well. So we'd have to automate sulfuric acid glass vials, and almandine, and these conflux components, which is all doable, just standard basic recipes, okay. Almandine is one I don't know where we get that. Not a clue. Do we have it? We have some of it. Sure, okay. I see your point.
Yep, there's a reason I only made one.
I'm not even having a problem with most of it, but the stuff like the empowered Restonia that requires almandine, I don't know where we get that shit.
We have a bunch, but
Not enough to continue automating it.
no. We'll get more if I turn on the overworld drill, but I'm kind of waiting for that room to clear out because I'm gonna need to throw some tier 5 microminers in because we need 9 stacks of trinium
Ah, I see.
for the fusion reactor.
Okie dokie.
So if you're bored,
I was looking for project.
Make enough microminers to get us 9 stacks of Caymanite.
Caymanite?
Kae. You'll find it, yeah.
Tier 5 microminers. Alright. 9 stacks of course, it doesn't even come in a full stack, so it's going to require more than 9 of the tier 5s.
Yeah.
Alright. And you said the supercharged laser arrays are already automated, so that's cool. So how's about we start there? How's about we start right here? This one. This one? This one. We make a package for that. Oh. No, not that. Package. 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 Ah, balls. I did it wrong. Load. New slot. There we go. There we go. And we save it. I didn't save that correctly. There we go. Let's try that again. There we go. Alright, so that is the
You may
tier
even
5.
be able to simplify your automation process using the those pattern things, the extended crafting patterns by the
Already
processing
doing
array.
it.
Excellent.
And you said you already had the supercharged laser array set up, right?
Yep.
Alright.
Yeah, there's a stack of them in the network right now.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what happens if I tell the network to craft one of these things? So we are missing the Signalum Microminer Engine Core, the Advanced Microminer Guidance System, the Super Chest 2, and 3 Prescient Crystals. Okay. Well, let's get those things clicked on so we can figure out which parts we need to make. Which ones are the Prescient Crystals under? Interesting. I don't actually know. But we can automate most of this stuff. So let's automate most of it and then see what's left. So we need the super chest. We need the advanced microminer guidance system, and we need the Signalum microminer engine core. Okay. So let's automate those things to the best of my ability. Let's start with the Signalum microminer engine core, which requires an alloy smelter, EV recipe, we can do that, and a basic bitch crafting recipe with Signalum parts. Perfect, we can do that. Basic bitch crafting recipe. Our ME auto crafting system is very overloaded with information, but it's fine. Alright, so then we need an alloy smelter, and I happen to have created an extra one of those at some point. And then we need an interface. Nope, I missed. There we go. Checking. What you doing here? You're not even my chicken. I named my chicken over the weekend, and now I don't know where my chicken is. Chicken. There's Pines Gregory Peck. And there it is. There's my Mr. Cluckington. Hey, little bud. How you doing? Okay. I mean, I guess I can go right there. This is actually just a basic EV alloy smelter recipe. So it doesn't even need to be anything too terribly fancy. I just need an alloy smelter that is automated. This one, right here. This one, right here. So, Signalum Microminer Engine Core. Give it a moment. This thing should kick on in 10, 3 seconds. You know, that's cool too. It is not fast, but it will go. And this sign could really be adjusted. Alright, done. That's automated. Cool. So, next one. The Advanced Microminer Guidance System, which is another basic recipe. And everything else is auto-crafted. Alright, cool. Alright, fine. In fact, we can do that from right here. You. Recipe. Give. Oh. Let's set that one up with Ordic allowance. You can go away. And then you go right here. Alright, done. And then the last bit was the super chest. The super chest is, here, let me go over here. We are just missing the aluminum crate, which unfortunately is a hammer recipe, so we could switch that over to a #1 assembler recipe. Perfect, okay. My #1 assemblers are right here. And then super crate. Done. Iridium plated microminer tier 5. So, according to this, we still need those prescient crystals, which I don't recall being part of this recipe at all. So what are we missing the prescient crystals for? Vibrant thrusters. Ah, okay. So those never got automated. Prescient crystals are shulker soul vials with a vibrant crystal. You automated vibrant crystals somewhere, didn't you?
I'm reasonably confident.
Do you have any confidence of where you might have done that so I can check on it? Yeah, I didn't think so.
We have 257. They're in the dust room, I'm pretty sure.
Dust room, okay.
Like, right side, maybe the second row from the back. If I had to guess.
Last row, but yes.
Well, I was close enough.
Close enough. So, vibrant crystals are automated. Alright, and then that means that the prescient crystals... That's a weird noise. Alright, the prescient crystals are done through liquid enchantment through the soul binder. It's a shame those don't have a different recipe. Do you have the soul binder automated anywhere? Or is
No.
it just manual? Okay.
Just manual. Yeah, I was gonna do like a fluid extractor for the otherworldian matter or whatever. For the XP and then just pipe that in, but I haven't done that yet.
Well, then I will do that because I need it.
Oh, great. We're gonna need a couple of those setups for the other, for all those crystals. So,
I mean, the soul binder setup?
Yeah, for like the prescient crystals and.
You want I should do all those while I'm at this?
Sure.
I'll look to see which ones that come out of the soul binder are needed for anything, and then I will do that.
The ender crystals, whatever those are called, and then like the prescient crystal for sure.
Yeah, prescient's the one I'm using because, or the one I'm setting up because that is literally the last component I need to automate the entire tier 5 microminer.
Nice. Yeah, because we need.
We had so much of that automatically are already auto-crafted. I only had to set up like 3 extra automations and they were all easy.
Nice. Yeah, because we need the grain. We need pulverized prescience crystals, pulverized vibrant crystals, and pulverized end crystals.
For the
To
Necquadria and stuff like that.
Necquadria, yeah.
Okay.
So we'll need the event, and then eventually, if you look at like the ultimate gem recipe, we're just gonna pretty much need everything. Everything that looks like a crystal.
Yeah, I see. Alright, that's fair.
Although, well, I don't think we need those automated. Those are only used for the ultimate armor, which we only need 3 sets of. One for you, one for me, and then one for the thing at the end.
The infinity helmet?
Well, it's used for all of the... Oh wait, does the infinity helmet take it too? Oh no.
Well, if I look at
the ultimate helmet okay, never mind. Yep, you're right.
Yeah.
I was like, the ultimate helmet only takes like 4 of them. Yeah, but then the infinity helmet takes a lot.
Several
of those.
ultimate helmets, yeah.
So, all right, never mind. Ultimate. Okay. Automate everything.
Automate everything. Let's see. What's the crafting speed on these things? I'm gonna need a lot of them. No friggin' clue. It does not tell you crafting speeds. Cool.
No, that'd be too easy.
So we may need an array of soul binders for this bullshit, but I'll set up one for now. Alright, well this wall right here is for miscellaneous automation, and this happens to qualify for miscellaneous automation. So we need liquid experience. And we can do that through extraterrestrial, the overworldian, extraterrestrial, etc. matters, solidified experience. Experience solidifier is the exact opposite of what I need. So overworldian matter can extract to liquid XP. You can also get that from solidified. Oh, so those things. Okay, so we need an extractor. and I think that's the only thing we need over here. So what I will do is I'm debating on setting up the liquid extractor here, or if I want to set it up elsewhere and pump the XP into the network. Either way, I think I want it available in the network for if we happen to need it for anything else. But let's take a peek. Liquid XP is used for bottles O enchanting, which we need to make the opinium cores, which we're going to need a lot of at some point. We also need it for anything that has an enchantment cost, which is going to require pumping the liquid XP into I think you can pump it straight into the soulbinder machine, I think. I think it can just take the liquid in as experience rather than use like the experience obelisk. So we're going to try it like that. I'm fairly certain I remember that being a thing, but I could be wrong. So do I want to do we have anywhere else where the liquid extraction is happening easily that can thematically fit in? Not really, I don't think. No, okay. Yeah, we'll just do it over the machine room, that's fine. So, we need an extractor. And we need an EV converter, 4 amp is fine. Couple of these. Alright, so we'll put you like right here, I guess, is a fine enough place to put it. Sure, why not? Sure. Give it a little bit of space. You go there. And you can go there. And you can go there. We need ME conduit. We need power conduit, which we don't have any more of. I'll probably need some fluid conduit, probably some item conduit. Alright, let's pull this stuff from over here. Oh, that's not right. That's not right at all. Ah, the frickin' bell song again. I hate the bell song. I actually don't mind the bell song until the bells kick in. Stop it. Actually, let's bring that down here. And we should have plenty of the matter. Overworld, and we basically have infinite of that because of all the DML stuff he's doing, so I don't think I need to worry about doing the solidified experience or anything like that. Nope. Stip it. Stip it. we go. Okay, so then what we can do is we can super tank. Do you have any problems with a fluid not being in the fluid storage area?
No.
Or would you like it
I
to
mean,
remain in there for consistency's sake?
no, no. I've definitely done that before with like whatever those green sheets were that we need to make the laminated glass.
Mm-hmm.
Because those are only used for those sheets. I'm just making them locally and solidifying them directly. I'm not
Alright,
buffering them anywhere, so yeah, that's fine.
I'm just doing that with the liquid experience.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Alright, so you auto out, you lock yourself, and then put storage bus and cable. I don't recall if this needs to be on the output input slot, but let's do it just in case. Alright, so now we're getting the super tank full of liquid XP right here, to be used for whatever happens to need liquid XP. There might be several of them, but we'll see. Now, let's go back to looking at the Soul Binder. These player tokens, I don't think they're useful for anything, so we can skip that. Flight control units are only for these. But warp engine, which is used for the tier 7, so I probably should automate the flight control units. Got it, okay. So, I need mental note somewhere, hang on. Note to self. Flight control unit. Which looks like it can take a ghast or a bat. Seems like a solid discrepancy on which one is easier to work with or not. 8 experience versus 300 experience for a ghast. Can we make bat? Do we have bat? Bat from leather, which we can get from rotten flesh. Ooh.
Yup.
Bat. Wait. Just a regular old item filter to make bat? I think that recipe's messed up. That's gotta be. Bat, item filter equals bat. What? I'm confused. Soul binder, item filter equals bat. Hang on. Hang on, what? I kind of want to try that out and see if it works. Item filter. Item filter equals bat. I guess I should power the thing, shouldn't I? Item filter equals bat. I don't think I have a way to put my experience in there at the moment. Bah, humbug. Give. Oddly enough, that's not even putting items in and out. Or not putting experience in and out. That's a little weird. Huh. Probably because it's not counting as a valid recipe. And it's not even accepting experience at that point. Well, that's a little weird. But anywho, back to investigating what we can actually use these things for. So you...
Cruising right along.
I see that. It's quite the progress. So that is definitely a broken recipe. That's fine. So flight control unit, yes. Do we need enticing crystal? Attractor obelisk. Pulverized 2 grains of innocence for enriched Nakoda, as well as this thing, so yes. Enticing crystal. We do need the ender crystal for several things. So ender crystal. We do need the prescient crystal. Frankenzombie. No, those can be manual. Sentient ender. Not really. Nope. Not really. Nope. That's fair. Sentient ender. We don't need the spawners, solarium pressure plates, whatevs. Soul item filter, probably not. Big soul item filter. Unless I'm going to need that to actually filter what souls are coming in and out of here. That's going to be a possible problem. It pulls when there's a valid recipe. Okay. So yeah, that recipe for bat is probably broken. Because I was looking at the bat soul vial. And it just shows empty item filter equals soul vial plus bat. So something's definitely borked up with this recipe, at least the way it displays. Right? It's a borked up recipe. That's why I was testing it to see if it works. Actually, if I do that, it even moves the items in there, so it's a valid NEI recipe. It's just not a valid Soulbinder recipe. Alright, so to make bat, to make bat, we need... All these recipes are broken.
And then some.
Say what now? Aha! Second tier 6 circuits. Sorry, I've been NEI forever, so I'm not seeing any of these pop up until you say something.
All good. Just keeping you apprised of our progress.
I appreciate. How make bat? So I think bat soul vial is gonna be this method. So I could use bat and use leather through Atomic Reconstructor, assuming we have rotten flesh set up, which I could set up to craft through that method. Do you have rotten flesh set up as a DML?
No, why would we need rotten flesh?
Well, so I don't necessarily need rotten flesh, but if I'm looking at one of the items I need to automate in the Soulbinder, requires either a gassed soul and 300 experience levels, or a bat soul and like 8 experience levels. So in the effort of saving experience levels and making this advanced extractor cook a little bit less often, I wanted to use bat, and the only way to get bat is via crafting leather together into bat wings and then making a soul vial out of that. So I need leather on automate, which means I need zombie flesh.
Okay. Well, yeah, just toss a drawer in the wall, make sure it's locked, and then put down another loot fabricator. Filtered for zombie. Just use a probe to copy the conduit setup, and then set it to. You'll need a filter in it.
You have great faith that I could actually replicate anything you've done with DML, since I've never actually set up a single DML thing at this point.
Now's the time to learn.
Fair enough. Alright.
Yeah, I'll even put down the drawer for you.
Well, that was the part I was starting with, because that's the part I knew. Okay, so...
Too late. I'll do the easy bit. You
Alright.
do the hard bit.
Well, we have some loot fabricators. Where's this go?
The fabricator?
Yeah. One of these spots?
One of these spots, yeah.
This spot, right here. Perfect.
Great. You'll probably want to punch a hole in the floor so you can use a conduit probe to copy the conduit setup.
Suppose I had that in my
But
pocket.
first, put an item filter into the item conduit to only insert pristine zombie matter. Otherwise, it's gonna just put anything in there, and then you're gonna have a problem.
Alright. Okie dokie. I suppose the key is probably causing me problems.
And then just set it to the flesh. And there you go.
And Viola. Got it.
And Viola, that's how that works.
Nice.
And then it's being tossed into the drawer over here.
Nice. Nice.
There you go. Already got 300 of it.
Shanks.
Yeah. See, it's not so bad.
It's not so bad. I just never had to do it before.
Yeah,
You've only done it a few hundred times.
that's right.
Why is there a random snowball laying here on top of the loot fabricator? What the
Do
hell?
you only see the snowball or do you see other things?
I only see a snowball.
Really?
Oh, on some of the ones over here I
Yeah.
see items, but I don't see anything over here, so all I saw was the snowball at first. I was very confused.
Yeah, I was putting those there to label what those fabricators are doing.
Got
But
it. Got lazy?
I haven't finished.
Got lazy.
So, yeah.
Alright. So how do I do that? Because I happen to have some zombie flesh on me.
Hold in your hand and press P. And shift right click it 4 times to rotate it. Okay, I'll take that from you. Here.
I keep forgetting my shift is not
Oh.
your shift.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah. Alright. I totally forgot about that feature.
Yep.
That's a
Thanks for
draconic feature I
labeling.
never use.
Yeah.
So I could be like, just
Yep.
slap of that on the wall.
Yeah, so it's just there.
Nice.
One thing that I
Tech
don't
page.
like is, well, it's not that I don't like it, it's just that it's not set up right, is it doesn't have all of the ingot colors quite right.
Hmm.
So like the nickel one here looks like iron, but when you mouse over it, it says nickel because it doesn't have the right texture.
Ah, okay. So it's not rendering the icons correctly, or
Yeah.
the items as they're placed correctly. Weird.
Not all of them, yeah. So it is what it is.
Yeah, Blade. I totally forgot about that feature. I've only used it like once or twice, but yeah, it works on pretty much anything. You just,
Yeah, you can just plonk anything.
slappa. Yeah, just P is the default key. Just set down my drill and walk away. That's a neat feature. Definitely good for labeling, as you said. Also, thank you, Paige. Thank you for the 1-day-old birthday comment. But yeah, we have so many of everything in this pack. We have so many DML computers. We have so many machines for automating stuff. Like this is a portion, a small portion of our overall automating setup. We have lots and lots of drawers for storing shit. We've got lots and lots of reactors for the hell of it. Like this, I fully admit this was overkill. Like 100% overkill. Because one of these reactors, the TBU one running at full tilt, sure, why not? That gives us a lot of power. But one of these reactors would have been sufficient to cook all of the subfuels. I really would have just had to set up this top reactor at the highest cooling factor, and it would have been able to handle all of the other lower tier fuels without really even worrying about running at a low tilt. Speed-wise, they'd be able to handle all of it just fine. So yeah, everything that we've done in this pack is, I wouldn't say excessive, because a lot of this pack requires excessive, but still, a lot. What was I doing again? Forgot what I was doing again. Zombie flesh, right. I need a recipe for zombie flesh into leather. And then the zombie flesh my filter, and I need to go back over here and down one so we can set this up. You need to store the rotten flesh, and your filter needs to store nope, you need to store the leather, and this needs the recipe. Okay, so go away a bit so my item thingy doesn't happen. Automated leather, start please. Done. Leather. Automated. Okay. So, then I'm getting a little bit sidetracked, honestly. And then
Hey,
it's
you
not
wanna know what's kind of neat?
really sidetracked. What's up?
I think we can say we are officially on 0 point voltage.
Nice. Do we have enough to start automating all that shit?
Jesus, no. I just made the first circuit.
You said we're officially on it. That means we can automate it.
No, that is not.
That is how that works, sir.
That is not what that means.
That is how that works. If we are officially on it, then we can do it.
I don't think so.
Okay, so extractor still extracting. We have some. I mean, we've got 1/10 of a super tank full.
I could
It's fine.
speed it up a little bit by making this cutting saw for RAM a little faster. It's currently on medium voltage,
Ah,
which was
I could see that being a problem. That
half a millennia ago.
cutting software, is that in the old clean room?
No, it's below it's down one floor from the old clean room, but
So we never sped that up at all, did we?
no, yeah, it's these two cutting
Okay.
saws for CPUs and for RAM.
Do you want me to throw those in my machine room for a request?
Sure.
I never added these into my collection of things that should be done because I figured you had it all covered here. But if we need to speed it up, I can do that.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be better than waiting for 45 seconds.
Alright.
Yeah.
So
You've got the space. We just need these two.
RAM wafer and CPU wafer.
Yeah.
Alright. RAM wafer, CPU wafer. Cutting machine done. Okay. Boopity boop. Oh, here's my cutting machines. Where's
Did
my?
you get the
cutting machine?
micro miner stuff ready, or We're still.
Still working on the
Okay.
crystal.
Oh, right. Okay. No rush.
Little bit of rush.
Well, no, because the ore room's still backed up, so it wouldn't even
Oh,
get processed right now, anyways. So
got it. All right, so
I forgot to turn it off at
this
like
one.
noon, so I turned it off at like 3,
Okay.
and so it's still chewing through.
So RAM wafer and CPU wafer into RAM and CPUs, right?
Yes.
Done. They're on request now at high speeds.
Great.
And they're already being requested and they're already blasting through.
Yep. Like I put crafting cards into these interfaces up here for those, so I'm
They
not
are
surprised.
11 seconds per pile.
Oof. Per half a stack, right?
Yeah, well, it's a half a stack for the
Yeah.
RAM, and I think it's 8 output for the CPU.
Oh, okay.
I have these on speed. I don't have these on
Excellent.
speed. I need speed. And if there's any more like that that don't require a clean room, let me know. I can just slap them in here.
As far as I know, well, okay, so those are the only two that I've set up outside of the clean room, and there must be a reason for that.
Probably, yeah.
All the other ones I'm cutting in the machine. I don't know if I did that because it's right next to the wafer or because it required a clean room to cut, but
Well, let's take a peek.
either way, the other ones are already set up, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Or at least all the ones up to that point.
Most of them do require a clean room, but there's a handful that don't.
Yeah.
Well, let me know if you ever feel the need to change it up.
Roger that.
Okay. And at some point, this whole room is going to get upgraded. Probably to ZPM, I think is probably the last step. Is ZPM the last? No, ZPM
No,
not the last.
there's 2 more after it.
Okay.
ZPM is the last one the quest book recommends we do before the creative tank.
Got it. Okay. So, ZPM automation when? Because I'd like to upgrade my machine room.
You want to upgrade it to ZPM?
Yup. Speed. All of the speed. Alright. I got distracted. I got very distracted. Okay, so let's focus. I was doing the bat. The bat is not the focus. The bat is absolutely not the focus. We need prescient crystals. Prescient crystals require shulker.
So a ZPM like circuit assembler, for instance,
Yeah.
is going to take 500,000 RF per tick. That's just that one machine.
I see.
So
I see.
yeah. We can support like 10 ZPM machines right now.
I see. I see we have a lot of shulker in the network. Are those automated?
The shulker shells, yes.
Oh, you even have the shulker vials automated. What? Alright.
That sounds about right.
What did you need those for?
I probably just didn't want to keep making them.
Yeah, but what do you need them for?
The shulker vials?
Yeah.
Needed them for...
Or were you making the prescient crystals by hand?
I was probably when I made the prescient crystals.
Ah, okay. Well, that makes things easier then.
Although Interestingly, I don't see that recipe. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Refreshing. Yeah, yeah. That's almost certainly what I did. 'Cause I didn't make any of the other things on there.
Okay. So, alright, you. So I guess it doesn't particularly matter. You can go there. Oh, you lose your experience when I pull you. Okay, that's cool. So let's grab this. Yeah. And then you extract. You. Do you not take on the other sides? Or do you just not take the fluid directly as is anyway? Let's I forgot it only takes it when there's a valid recipe, so let's do a valid recipe. Prussian crystal is vibrant crystal. Okay, so it does take the fluids when it can. Okay. Grab some of these. It doesn't need to be a lot, but it can be some. Okay. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to export. Yeah, maybe we'll do interface. We'll do the interface method. Alright, so I just need a pattern. Shulker vial, vibrant crystal. Okay. I think I need a different pattern. I think that pattern got a little messed up. Did it work correctly? There we go. That'll do. Alright, so these things back in the network. Prussian crystal. It's not on the friggin' network. And then you need to be set to push-pull. Okay. This is good. So now that's set up. Now we may not need multiple of these, but I think we will. I don't know the best way to go about doing that though, because there's no easy way to automate these other than the straight interface method, other than doing like an export and having them always craft and keep X amount on stock. May need to do that just because of how many we're going to end up needing for stuff. But let's see how long it takes to craft up a handful at a time. Let's do 16.
This is an expensive single block machine.
Which one's that?
The Lucas voltage circuit assembler.
That makes sense. I mean, the circuit assemblers tend to be one of the more expensive components of a specific type.
Yep.
So this is not fast at all. Not even remotely fast. If I could put a better capacitor in there, let's try it. It's better. Faster. So let's take you out then. And craft up a double. That's faster than the items can really be pumped in and out. So, I'll take it. Perfect. Alright, so let's finish doing some of the other ones then. So we did... Get some patterns in here. We did bat wings. So let's do bat wings into a soul vial bat. And then we need that for the flight control unit, which is soul vial gassed or soul vial bat, which is why I wanted that instead of the 300 experience cost. So let's do that. And then this is fused quartz, dark solarium, electrical steel. So dark solarium I don't think we have, but we'll do it anyway. What does that take to make? I don't think we need that at the moment, but it's solarium and dark steel in tritium. Oh, I see. Well, that's a later thing, but we've got the thingy set up. It'll be fine. So, bat, soul vial, and flight control unit empty get put in one of these things. I'll put you down there, that's fine. Alright, and then you can have this recipe. And then did I ever finish going through the recipes, or did I get distracted from being distracted? Because that happens all the time. Let's finish going through the recipes. So we got the enticing crystal, we got the ender crystal, we got the prescient crystal, we got the flight control unit. Pressure plates, no. And then the soul item filters. Okay, so yeah, we only need the 4 things then. So let's do the other 2, since we just did 2. Ender crystal. So ender crystal is enderman and vibrant. And the Endermen, which I believe we have. Yep, that's already been set up. Good. And then we need the Enticing Crystal, which is a villager. Interesting. All right. Villager? Yeah. Okay. All right. And the villager is made with emerald. Okay. Do not have villager set up. Okay. So then you get put down here. Somewhere. And you. Yeah. Alright, the various soul binder things are now automated. There was 4
Nice.
of them that were needed. And they're moderately fast. It's got a double compressed octatic in there, so they go pretty quickly.
Well, that's good. Yeah, it really just needs to, I mean, be made at any speed where it can build up. Oh, that's good.
Now, for the final touch. Start automating tier 5 micro miner crafting and see how long that takes to craft.
You're just doing them on demand, right?
Yep. I'm trying to see how long it takes to make one before we decide if we're going to make stupid quantities of them. When you say you're just making them on demand, were you expecting me to have full automation with like several of them ready to go?
I mean, it's you, and you keep asking about automating things, so I just didn't know if you were just gonna have them like store into a drawer or something, so we always had like 64 on hand.
I mean, I'm not opposed to it, but
They're very expensive.
They are very expensive. I was more wondering how long it would take to autocraft one of them, so that if I do put it in a drawer, we can have a guesstimation on how many weeks it's going to take to make 64 of them. But yeah, if you want all the micro miners automated up to what we can make right now, I'll fucking do it, and I'll put them in a drawer, and we'll have 64 of each of them.
I would say I don't want them automated into a drawer. I would say, if anything, at least have them on a pattern, so that way we can request them.
Okay. Well, we've already got tier 3, we got tier 1, 3, and 5 already on a pattern. And the tier 5 just finished. It took about 30 seconds to a minute, somewhere in there.
Oh, the other thing that if you have space for, I don't know where you want to do it, but set up an extractor for the Impossible Realm data to turn it into those quantum flux or the purple circle things that we need to send in too. Should probably have those automated.
Ah, okay, okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, fuck it. I got a space for that. Was that you?
What?
The dinging noise? Or is that my music being weird?
I didn't ding.
You didn't ding. Alright. I'm going to assume I'm hearing things at this point. Oh. It's fucking Insecto Symphonia again. Oh, I see what you did there. This one's not as offensive, though. The ding threw me off a little bit, but this one's not as offensive as the rest of the Insecto Symphonia. Alright, so we do not have Extractor Elite on Autocraft, so let's do that. Chicken, for fuck's sake. Tiny chicken. Oh, dear God. Something weird just happened.
Go on.
I threw a single egg out of habit, and 4 chickens came out.
What?
4 tiny chickens just came out and just spread themselves across my machine room in, like half a second.
4 chickens per egg?
Yeah.
Damn. What are the odds of that?
1 in 4? I don't know if that's how odds work.
I Yeah, I'm no statistician. I'm no mathemologist, okay, but I don't know either.
All right. Well, now we have 4 extra chickens in here.
No, they're all gonna need names.
Yep.
You birthed them, you name them.
Well, they're all crowded around Mr. Cluckington, so I guess
Mr.
I'll
Cluckington.
figure something out. Actually, 3 of them crowded around Mr. Cluckington. The other one got itself stuck behind a machine and never to be seen again. Oh, there it is. There it is. Look at him. Look at him. Alright, what was it doing? What was it doing? What was it doing? Oh, right. Extractor.
Oh, what the fuck? Alright, I'm stopping my circuit chain here.
Uh-oh, what happened?
I want to look at what it takes to make the crystal processor, which is the next circuit to be made.
Crystal processor, IV tier circuit, the one of the higher tier versions of it. All right. Is that a thing, Blade? Like, I've never once seen an egg come out more than 1 chicken. I've never seen that happen. Apparently, it's actually possible for 4 chicks to come out of 1 egg. Blade looked up on the Minecraft wiki. 1 out of every 156, or sorry, 1 out of every 256 eggs could spawn 4 chicks.
Well, you got it on camera now.
I've legit never seen that happen before in my entirety of Minecraft, so that's just baffling.
Me neither.
All right, so yttrium, barium, cuprate bolts, fine niobium, titanium wire, crystal SOC. Which is lensed crystal CPU, which is lensed engraved crystal chip, which is lensed. I'm assuming you're talking about that crystal SOC that's a pain.
The crystal, yeah.
Yeah, I was looking down that rabbit hole, and it's definitely.
That is several steps that I'm just not mentally prepared to even begin to tackle.
Yeah. Considering we don't have a method to get exquisite emeralds that I'm aware of. Because, yeah, I went through the emerald rabbit hole a while ago, and I don't... Oh, we do have a method. Okay, we have to precision laser engrave emeralds, which I do have automated, by the by. Because I needed it for something. So at least I did that part for you.
We can also rarely get them out of sifting if we get emerald ore.
Well, yeah, but we don't ever get emerald ore.
Yeah, true.
Which is why I automated the laser engraving emeralds into the pristines. So, at least step 1 is done for you.
Yeah. So that's a project for another day, I think, the circuits.
Probably, yeah. Well, and Blade, typically I just throw eggs on habit when I collect them, which is often, because of all the eggs that spawn around me. And in various other packs, every time I get eggs in my pocket, I just huck them because it's amusing. And, you know, depending on my mood, I murder the chickens so they don't spawn everywhere. But I've never, ever seen that. So I've probably thrown thousands of chicken eggs in my time in Minecraft.
I think we should combine our efforts and make this fusion reactor.
Okie dokie.
I think that's what we should take a little gander at doing.
All right. Alright, I will continue doing the overworldian thing as requested, and then once you have a spot for me, perhaps I can join in. Unless you want me to help look.
I'm gonna start by trying to make the controller block.
All right.
Which is apparently a pain in the butt. Okay.
Are you mentally prepared for that one?
Oh, sweet geez. No.
Alright, let me take a peek.
Farts.
Alright, let's see. Assembly line, soldering alloy, yttrium, barium, cuprate, whatevs. Okay. Fusion coil block, ZPM field generator, UHPICs. Do we have those?
Nope, that's the one I was looking at.
Ah.
Everything else is not too bad.
Fusion coil block. Okay, I'm beginning to see the problem. Hmm. Hmm. Right then. I really should stop throwing the chicken eggs, because I'm causing more problems. All the chickens that we've got outside were not caused by me, by the way. I kept killing all the ones that I was creating because I didn't want to cause more problems, but the rest of the ones that are outside were definitely self-spawned. Alright, so that elite extractor's coming. So quantum flux is needed as a fuel object for all of the advanced microminers, up to 16 per. It's also needed to make the quantum fluxed Eternium heavy plating, which is used to make the tier 9, the micro sun eater. So we're going to need that in significant quantities. Use for these, use for those, and 64 stacks. Cool, so we're going to need a lot of this shit, is what I'm seeing here. And that is... I feel like moon dust is probably what we want to do. Yeah, okay. Interesting. So we could extract the impossible realm data, or we could set up an automation to craft it from moon dust that we get from running a tier 1 on a regular basis. Just saying, that's an option.
Gila, hi. How are you? Come here. Come here.
He's ignoring me. And I think I had seen this method before. So you spend 1 quantum flux, you get 64 moon turf, and 64 moon turf can turn into 16 of the quantum fluxes. Because it's 1 dust per moon turf, divide that by 4 to get the quantum flux. Or we can do extraterrestrial matter with a pulsating crystal. Pulsating crystals are pulsating iron and diamonds. And he does have pulsating crystals set up. Are you sure we need to be extracting the overworldian, or the impossible realm data for that? Because there's other methods to make those things that seem easier.
You think the diamonds and the moon dust, or the pulsating crystals?
Well, diamonds and moon dust is if we fully automate tier 1s.
Yeah, I don't think
Because
we
you
really
spend
wanna...
1 and you get 16 quantum flux out of the deal, basically.
Yeah.
Pulsating crystal's probably more realistic, because we've got that automated, and we essentially have infinite pulsating iron and infinite diamonds.
Well, we also have infinite impossible realm data.
Well, yeah, but that is a 5-second cook at IV, whereas the pulsating crystals are a sub 1 second cook. Because it's
How
an
long does
LV
it take to
recipe.
make a pulsating crystal?
That's what I'm saying. Pulsating crystal is a 5-second LV recipe, so it's halved like 4 or 5 times. And then the cheapness and quickness of making liquid pulsating iron. That's all fast and easy. The only question is if we have infinite extraterrestrial matter, which I'm pretty sure we do.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure it would be a hell of a lot faster to make quantum flux out of pulsating crystals.
Well, I mean, okay, so we have infinite as long as there's an extraterrestrial mob simulation chamber running.
Right.
So if one of those backs up, like the ender pearls, like if those are all done and not running and we burn through our extraterrestrial matter, then we're not making any more. Because those are byproducts. So
I
those are
can
just
almost guarantee that we will have infinite extraterrestrial matter. We have 163,000 of it currently,
yeah.
and you're powering like everything off of Enderman to make the pearls. So we're getting
Right.
extraterrestrial matter by default
Right.
out of like 1 out of every 8 DMLs.
So I mean, yeah, if you want to set it up that way, I mean, go for it. I just
Yeah, I
don't
think.
have really anything else to do with the realm data.
Well, yeah, I know. I mean, I know, but I just feel like that's not terribly useful. What about the Wither realm data?
What about it?
Don't we need that to send out microminers and shit?
Yeah, we're already making that.
Oh, and the dragon layer?
Yep.
Oh, well then.
Got a loot fabricator for both of those.
Well then. This button is the button we want. And put it in one of these things. Oh, that one, sure. And then let's quantum flux. Craft up a couple stacks of it. Done. And pulsating crystals coming in hella quick. No problem. No problem. Aha! Good call, Blade. Alright. So that's did, which means I don't need the extractor for the moment. That's as did as it can be. Factory blocks. Factory blocks. Okay. So let's see. Are you at your biggest? You are. Good. Oh. Alright, it's fine. I think that looks a little bit silly as a solid texture, so I'm probably gonna have to separate that out a little bit. But I kind of wanna see what it looks like otherwise. So let's do. Let's see. How does that look? That looks okay. That looks okay. I think we can make it work. Let me just do that side as well. Am I good for materials? I need more factory blocks. Pretty sure. I didn't need more factory blocks. Just barely enough. Alright, that'll do for the moment. I'll figure out better how to decorate that later. That might be a longer term project on figuring out how to turn that into something reasonable. Alright, so what you need me to do?
So I am currently trying to make those UHPICs.
Yeah.
Actually, I think. Okay, so that's not actually going to be too bad. Actually, can you make a ludicrous voltage cutting saw, please?
Hey,
That'd be great.
you sure you don't want ZPM? Just get it done with.
I'm sure.
Okay.
Because I just put ludicrous voltage coming in up here, so
Okay.
I don't want to make I don't even know what it takes to make ZPM anything.
Ludicrous voltage cutting saw, correct?
Correct. No, ludicrous voltage machine hulls or 0 point machine hulls require Naquita alloy plates, which we are not making.
I see. Really? 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 There's no way to make these buzz saw blades any other way. Okay, cool, fine, whatevs. Alright, whatever. Actually, did I... Recipe not good. Yeah, all the other saw blades had a lathe recipe, so I didn't have to think about it. This one does not. Whatevs, it should work, hopefully. Ah, we are missing Ruridit, which you did not automate. I see.
Didn't I?
It says we have 7. So either you didn't automate it or you just used it all.
Oh, I have the dust, but yeah, I don't have the. It's not going into any EBF.
Got it. Okay.
So yeah, dust is automated.
Is it automated enough and we have enough materials to then automate cooking up tons of ingots? Ruthenium and iridium?
Yeah. Wait. What do you mean? Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know. Take a look.
Iridium seems to be the tough one. We have iridium metal residue in significant quantities.
Oh,
We
how
only
did
have
that
like
get into the network?
I don't know.
Hold on.
We only have 1,000 iridium ingots though.
I need to figure out how that got. Okay, hold on.
Either way, I'm gonna go set up a.
Yeah. Okay, I have absolutely no idea how that got into the network.
Well, can't help you there.
Oh.
Right. I'm gonna have to check to see if we have
Never mind, I think I do
argon
now.
EBFs. I'm pretty sure we do. Helium.
All right. Well, let me
Argon.
fix that.
What a weird setup you got going here. Huh. You got completely unlimited trinium dust going in. Which is probably fair because we're probably not getting much of it. So... I need to figure out where he did the thingy. Rurid it. Not limited. Okay, so that was a thing he did not do. So I need to limit the rurid. I hear you squeaking under here. Fuck off, bat. Okay. Okay. I will end you. Why are you squeaking? No squeaking. No squeaking allowed. Well, shit. Alright. There we go. So he did not limit the ruridit dust. I did happen to warp up inside of a blast furnace, yes. Yes, I did. Ruridit dust. And this one was trinium dust. So then what we do is before I come do this, make him over here. Level emitter. Cable, level limit, level limit. Reridit ingots, let's do 512. Alright, good. Let me come back over here. You know what? I'm tempted to replace all of these with travel anchors and label our damn floors. Kind of how I have the machine room set up with this area. I'm tempted. I'm very tempted. There. That'll do for now. We don't have an ups, but we do have at least a downs from here. And we can label this one. Maybe up B2. Yeah. Hi Trix, how you doing?
Alright, we got more iridium coming in now.
Nice.
Yeah, I had one of my Williams filters somewhat bypassed for the iridium and the platinum sludge, but I fixed that. Now I just gotta cycle through all the backlog, which is gonna take a while. So I'll probably do that later, but I got a couple thousand going through right now.
There we go. Alright, I have I've set it up so Reridit is limited at the dust level for now, like we have everything else, and then auto cooking at the EBFs since it wasn't doing that before.
Okay.
So now we got the Reridit going.
Nice.
It's all hella glowing.
Yeah,
in
I think
here.
we need more EBS.
We need the massive EBF.
Yeah, okay.
We're making a friggin' fusion reactor. We can make a massive EBF.
No, we can't. That's ultimate voltage.
We'll work on that. Alright, so now we have levels. We have a new travel anchor, by the way. I was tired of figuring out how to get to the EBF floor.
Alright.
Because I'd always warp in at like home or B1 and then not
Sure.
be able to easily get down to B2, so I just added a B2.
Perfect.
And I actually replaced it into the white elevator, so now it's more central.
Nice. Did you use like the painting block to make it look like the other elevators?
Oh god, no. I was
Okay.
actually thinking of replacing the whole white elevator setup with travel anchors.
Okay.
Kind of how I have in the machine room.
Sure.
Okay. Nah, I prefer this look. I like the glowing travel anchors better. Besides, every time I look down at the white squares on the floor, I ended up just trying to travel through these because they're so damn similar. I'd rather them stand out as obvious teleporting objects. I kind of wish that they had a multi-block texture so that when they're set up in a grid like this, that the whole center part was glowing green. That would be really neat. But alas, no. What was I doing again? I was doing a thing. I was told to do a thing. Ruined it. Right. Buzzsaw. Right. So, IV Elite. Oops. Elite cutting machine. 1 LUV electric motor, but not available. There we go. Alright, now all of my machine room starts coming alive around me. I love that part. I love the machine room coming alive around me when I request something. It's just great. It is, however, taking longer and longer to craft things as we get to the higher tiers of stuff. Wow, that is taking significantly longer. Damn. Hey, there it goes. Oh, the Minecrafting is going, Tricks. It's we're in deeper territory than we have been in the past, and it's getting kind of crazy. All right, your Elite Cutting Saw 2 is in the network.
Nice.
And I have a chicken dancing on the lights.
As they do.
As they do. No. Fuck off. Alright, I need to cull this herd. You guys are... Nope. No chicken. Bad chicken. Alright, so we got Mr. Cluckington. We got Gregory Peck. We're missing a chicken. I see you over here. I see you. I saw you. And then... You. Basement chicken. Basement chicken. Fuck off. Alright, we're good. This travel anchor doesn't go anywhere. Interesting.
Despair, man. Despair.
Which part are you despairing at the moment?
I'm just... So, like, all the other wafers and stuff, when we cut the wafers, the circle ones to get the rectangles, we usually get, like, 8 or 16 or whatever.
Is it diminishing each time we get a new level?
For this yellow one, we get 2.
Of course.
And it takes 5 extracted aqua to make 1 wafer.
Oh, lordy. Alright.
So I'm not auto-crafting these because that's way too expensive to do.
But auto-craft everything.
Yeah, we'll do it later once we have more of a reasonable source of naquita that I can.
But I just
Just-
automated tier 5. What more do you want? That's like 2 stacks of naquita per tier 5 microminer.
So did you figure out how many microminers we need to make 9 stacks of Caymanite?
Oh god, no, I didn't do the math on that. But it's 3/4 of a stack of Caymanite per microminer. So 12?
When you grind it, we get 2 dust per ore.
Oh, I thought you were talking about 9 stacks of the ore.
No, 9 stacks of the ingots.
Oh, well, then that's half that. 6.
Well, let me put in an autocraft for 6. We don't have enough workstation. Got it. All right. Let me go
well, I
fix
mean,
that.
that's just how many we have on stock. You can autocraft fewer of them at a time and let it rebuild the stock if you need to.
No, what I'll do is if I can, I don't remember how I have this set up. I was gonna slap a pattern in there to let it know it can make more.
Ah, yep, that'll work.
Yeah, I think I'll do that. Because there's 64 in the drawer which it can access, but there's also 64 more in the machine itself. So as soon as it goes to those 64, it'll replenish immediately, and then it can do the craft. But I just need to tell it can do it.
Gotcha. You know, I never did finish setting up the autocraft wall. I mean, for the most part, we don't need these things to be on stock. Like this one, for example, we've got 512 wrought iron rods in here, and it's been like this for a while, and we have not ever needed to use the ones that are in here currently. So, some of these I don't think I need to finish setting up, and the rest of them craft so quickly that it's not a big concern.
Depending on where I'm standing, there are many overlapping travel anchors.
There are, yes.
Like if I'm in the clean room, there's a bunch down that line towards home.
Yeah, especially if you're in the clean room looking down from up there, they tend to overlap a little bit more. Yeah, home is pretty rough from there. From the machine room, it's fine because they're less overlapped. Alright, so you're still going. This is the one that I set up at the beginning of the night, or for the most part. 100 seconds per cook. We had 212, and we now have 279. So we've managed to cook up. We've managed to cook up 67 of them in the time that we've been playing. Those are not fast at all, but you know, we don't necessarily need them to be fast. We just need them. So you know, whatever. All right, what else? What else can I do?
Any of the components for that fusion reactor.
You haven't done any of them yet? You're
I
just
haven't
working on
done
the core?
any of them yet. Yeah, I was
All right.
working on the core.
Well, we need a whole bunch of those fusion coil blocks. I probably should set up an automation for that. Minor issue.
Go on.
The fusion coil blocks, which we seem to need a lot of, require the superconducting coil blocks, which require an assembler with several ingots of liquid trinium, which we do not have a lot of.
Oh, that's what the tier 5 microminers are for.
Ah, I see.
That's what the Caymanite gives us.
Gotcha. So, that needs to run. Tier 5, is that the one that's in the one that we have currently, the 5 cube one? The advanced?
Probably.
Yes. Yes, it is. Alright. You want that should run through a tier 5?
Sure. I'm just very confused right now.
About what?
So we have the SMD diodes, the ones with the yellow borders instead of the orange ones.
Yeah.
We have them. I don't know where they are because they're not with my other ones here. I don't know where those are being made because I got the other 4 here.
Were those ever fully automated?
I feel like they must have been, but
The yellow border SMD diodes.
maybe I can use the pattern
E.
interface to find it.
That might work, yeah. Because I'm pretty sure that was one that we just had made a whole bunch by hand at one point.
Maybe, yeah.
Wait, didn't you have... Weren't those the diodes that you were using for one of your circuits down here? No, that doesn't look right. Oh yeah, you have them down here.
Really?
Right here. This is where your level emitter is for that.
Oh. Bonkers. All
Yeah.
right. Okay. Fair enough.
Yep. Because I thought I remember it being down here because I've had to set this up. I've had to expand that number multiple times because I keep needing a lot of them.
All right. Well, I'm gonna set up a craft for 6 of these micro miners,
All right then.
and we'll see how long this takes. Oh God, that number keeps climbing.
All right. So tier 5 microminer. I need 16 quantum flux. Oh. Right. Well, the first tier 5 is going through.
Okay.
It's 50-second cook time.
Yeah.
Ten seconds left. 5 seconds left. We should have a whole bunch of stuff in here right about now. Nice. All done.
All right. Can you come to the ore processing room for a sec? By where like the large chemical plant is.
Yeah.
See this box right here?
With a lot of stuff in it. Yep.
Yeah. All the iridium metal residue.
Yep.
Because I thought I turned that off, but I apparently didn't. Can you help me throw it back into the network, and we'll just do it later. So that way the stuff from the microminer can make it through.
I will certainly try.
Yeah, you just grab it and hook it back. You grab the platinum sludge too. That's fine.
Okay. Done.
Excellent. Good. No, the things from the micro miner won't be backed up.
Good, good. Dear God. Looks like we're still a little backed up at the thermal centrifuge, but...
Well, that's clearing out though. It'll be fine. Yeah. Well, so when we started tonight, it was backed up to the corner over here.
Oh, that's not so bad. Okay.
So, yeah, it's going.
Alright.
As you were, soldier.
Thanks. Now I just need to remember where I were.
Yeah, I don't know. Wasn't fusion coil blocks because we can't do those yet.
Nope. Okay, Paige. Crafting patterns are used in a few different ways. The primary way is if you have a standard 3x3 crafting recipe to do. I'm trying to find one like this. Standard 3x3 recipe that you can do here. Those
Where do you have
patterns.
the Signalum micro miner engines automated?
Those are in the machine room, bottom floor, and they
Wow.
are in one of the assemblers that's on the wall there. Same assembler I used for the Ender IO stuff. I don't remember which, the gears, I think. So this is how you need to set up your patterns that have the 3x3 crafting recipes. Those go in an interface directly adjacent to a molecular assembler. And when the recipe is called for, it slaps those items over into the molecular assembler, which does the 3x3 crafting item, and then throws it back into the assembler for consumption into the network. The other way is machine room. Let's use this as an example. Let's use this as an example. Here we go. Machine that does smelting or whatever. Interface is slapped adjacent to that machine, and use your wrench to point the arrow towards the machine. And the pattern is in here. The pattern is created like so. So we do this item right here is an alloy smelter item. It creates just the 2 items that are needed to go into the alloy smelter, and then it tells it the item that's out. And then you put that pattern in the assembler, or in the interface that has the arrow pointing down into the alloy smelter, and then you just got to configure the alloy smelter to auto output its items back up into the interface when it's done. Or like I have up here, the patterns point at a box, and the box is set to move the items out into their adjacent machines, and those pull back into the box or into the interface when it's done to pull it back in the network. To craft them, any number of these items are set as craftable, and you just click on it, tell it how much you want, and then next, and it will tell you if you've got the crafting space for it. If you already have an item in the network like this platinum cable and you want to craft more of it, then you middle click, and middle click automatically pulls up the crafting quantity amount. So as I said, Paige, the crafting patterns go either in an interface adjacent to a box or a machine, if it's a machine recipe, or in an interface that is adjacent to a molecular assembler. In the pattern spot of the interface, there's literally a pattern section in the interface. Yeah, this spot up here is to configure items that you want to be made available in the interface for pulling out with a pipe or something. So you just tell it which items you want to be made available, and it will make them available. This is your configuration. These are the items that are actually available in that slot. Alright. Yeah, knowing how to use the patterns is a good start. And then you need any number of these types of units. Crafting units with coprocessors for multitasking and crafting storage to store the recipes. Your crafting units need to be big enough to run your recipes. So whenever you tell it to autocraft something, and you hit next, it'll tell you how many bytes it uses. And if you've got this button or available to click, and you've got the start button available to click, then it's got a valid crafting CPU to use. If it doesn't have a valid crafting CPU to use, it will tell you. And let's see if I can do one that's too stupidly big. So no crafting CPUs are available because it's using 296,000 bytes, and I think our biggest one that we've got currently is only 64,000. So it will tell you if your crafting job is too big, and at that point you can just reduce the quantity that you're requesting, or if one is too big, then you need a bigger crafting CPU. And that's what we've got going on over here. This is our pillar of crafting CPUs. Each one of these has a single 16K, and the crafting coprocessing unit is so that it can multitask. Multitasking is hard to set up, so don't worry too much about it. And then the crafting monitor literally is just a monitor that tells you what that specific block is currently working on if you want visibility to it. But you don't necessarily need that, because you can get that information from the crafting status at the top, and you can see which ones are working on what. Oh, we do have a couple bigger ones, so we got a couple 128Ks. But you can see which each individual CPU is working on. So yeah, that's what each of these are for. Each one of these can handle one recipe, which is why we have so damn many of them. Because we're always auto-crafting something. And if we go up here, this whole wall is set to autocraft. So every one of these items that's in here, if these drawers fall lower than the max number, they'll automatically request the item with a crafting card. So if we happen to use, several of these items all at once, every single one of these is going to trigger a crafting job. So we need the crafting CPUs to be able to run that. And I don't think we even have enough crafting CPUs currently for all the crap we're doing. But yeah, that's what we got going on down there.
Do BRB.
Okay. But yeah, there's a lot going on here, and we're aware of that. But that's coming from like old hat Minecraft knowledge, so we've got some experience in doing this kind of crap. The thing that I'm happy for is that we don't have channels to worry about. And I would not wish channels on you as a first-time AE user, because channels are fun. So channels, if you take a look here, you can see the stripes. Each of these dense cables can store, or can handle 32 channels, and a channel is each individual item. So like this CPU is one channel, this CPU is one channel. So once you get to the point where, you know, if we had 32 CPUs running along this thing, that connection would be capped out, and we would need a separate cable to be run to handle another 32 channels. And doing channel management is a whole separate ball game. Like, it requires a whole separate chain of events to handle it all. It requires running separate cables that can handle peer-to-peer channels shuffling. I'm surprised it's not part of this pack too, honestly, because of the difficulty involved in channels. But some people just get sick and tired of channels. Like what we've got going on here. Each one of these interfaces is a channel. Each one of these export buses is a channel. Each one of these panels or these terminals is a channel. So since we're running on essentially a single cable, or maybe a pair of cables going this direction, we'd run out of channels long ago. So this, like for example, this central channel here would actually have to be a P2P, so it can handle 32 channels of channels. And at the front end and at the back end, we would have to have several amounts of connectors on each face of this controller, because each face can do 32 channels. So in the past, we've had to do one face is a 32, one face is a 32, and each one of those 32s is connected to a 32 that can pass all of those 32s through to be able to use those channels where we need them. And it becomes a bloody nightmare to manage. Yeah, exactly. So auto-crafting to a supply is another method to handle auto-crafting. We've got it going on over at the LV wall here. What's left of our LV wall? Every single one of these machines here is auto-crafting into this drawer to keep this drawer full of those items, rather than on request. Pine says, do a single jumping jack. I don't remember how to do jumping jacks. Alright, hang on. I was describing things. What did I miss? Demos? Page telling me to fix my back. Demos want me to hydrate. I'm not entirely sure I have the room in my room to do jumping jacks. I can freaking touch the ceiling just by standing up. I don't exactly have a lot of room to work with here. I've done more than Pine already. Oh no. Here, I'll do some calisthenics instead. How's that? There we go. Some calisthenics. But I will also BRB.
All right.
I don't see a murder. I'll get back.
Welcome. Ow, what the heck?
Nothing. What was I doing? So we can't do the superconducting coil block because this requires trinium, and it requires
What
a
is
lot
consuming the
of
niobium titanium ingots right now?
trinium.
Because I need 32 foil. So I went to craft 32 foil, and it's like, hey, you need 6 ingots. So I put 25 dust in there, and then it all disappeared, and it still says, hey, you need more. Oh, I think they're all stuck in the freezers because we have too many things running.
Oh, we finally hit our freezer limit. I see. Would now be a good time to upgrade the power on these? They're still running on HV.
Oh yeah, we should put those at least on IV.
Alright, I'll work on that. Which converters do we need? 16 amp? Okay, that's fine. These ones are on EV, and these are fine standalone, right?
This one's on LUV, this one's on IV. But
Okay.
this one here is just making liquid helium.
Got it, okay. Would the 16 amp be good for each of these, or should I switch them to the standalone 4 amps?
I would switch them to standalones.
Okay.
It's probably just easier.
Alright, so we need 4 of them, standalone 4 amps. And then we need aluminum wires. And then we need IV energy hatches. We need 7 more of those. Oh, that means that's not going to run either. I will need a separate power converter for that for the moment. I'll just take that one and slap it up there. It'll be fine. Alright, I'll finish hooking all these up and then we'll go under and do the rest.
Putting in 6 more tier 5 microminers.
Nice.
Here's hoping that's enough.
Spoiler alert, it won't be.
Yep. No, probably not.
Alright, and we also need these things. So you can go here. Alright, so that's going to run that for the moment until we change that, I guess. Or it's just going to stay there, floating up there forever. Who knows? Now we got to come in here. Let's see. Alright, so these are all running in long lines. So we'll continue that trend for the moment. And that means you can come down. That looks like it's better. Not faster, but it is better. I mean, it's faster. It's not fast enough yet. All right, we're slowly clearing them out, so
Perfect.
should be good.
Nicely done.
I did have to make a little bit of a jank transition up here because I forgot we had this advanced gas collector fueling this one,
Oh, sure.
which probably didn't even need to be converted in the first place, but whatever.
Meh. We can spare the power at least.
Yep. So why is this one standalone and not automated at all? This one's doing the
This one I'm on is doing liquid helium.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Alright.
And the one behind it has been upgraded to ludicrous voltage because it needs it for the draconium that it was doing.
Got it, okay. Well, all the rest of them are ludicrous voltage too, so, you know.
Oh, sick.
I kind of... You said IV, and my first thought was put all of the IV blocks in them, which I forgot changes it to ludicrous
Yeah,
voltage.
well, I mean, that's fine. Yeah,
So-
the only problem is, yeah, so the draconium ingots need gelid cryothium, not liquid helium to cool, so
mm-hmm.
they can't all just be set up for...
Why can't they all just get along?
No.
Wait, is this one set up for draconium? Because it doesn't have the gelid cryothium in here at all.
That's because I had taken it out so that way we can clear all of these ingots that we're cooking.
Ah, okay.
Just to share.
Well, I mean, you can put another fluid input and have draconium and liquid helium in here.
I see.
So that's a thing you can do if you need to
Yeah.
share even more.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. So back to this thing. Um, the multi-block pattern for the fusion reactor. So we need UV energy hatches. I see. So for each UV energy hatch, the energy capacity increases. But I don't know if we're worried about energy production with this thing. So we need any number of output hatches. We need a minimum of 2 input hatches. And they need to be UV, I do believe. I mean, it doesn't necessarily say, but let's look at a recipe for the fusion reactor. So these all require 125 millibuckets, 16 millibuckets. So the input should not matter. Like, the input quantity should not matter. Because these are all in the tiniest of amounts. I mean, it does say it requires UV input, but judging on the standard multi-block patterns for GregTech, it probably doesn't need to be UV. But going under the assumption that we need UV, I should probably do the UV machine hull if we don't already have that on Autocraft. Which we do, never mind. Do we have... We don't have any UV hatches. We are most likely going to need UV energy hatch at the very least, because I think all of the fusion recipes are... We got some IV, we got some LUV. We got some ZPM. I do believe it's 2 ZPMs, or 2 UVs for ZPM. I'm having a hard time with the conversion factor. Do we have this listed anywhere? LV, MV, HV, EV, IV, LUV, and ZPM. So then where's UVs? UV is even higher than ZPM? Yeah, so UV is even higher than ZPM. So if we need ZPM recipes, then we only technically need 2 LUV hatches. But can I make the energy hatches? No, that's assembly line. That's a Pine thing to set up initially, at least. Ultimate voltage coils. Do not have those set up. Those are standard assembler recipes at UV. Oh god. Alright. Okay. Cool. Do we have a UV line anywhere?
An ultimate voltage?
Yeah.
No, God, no.
We're gonna need that.
For what?
Well, at least a couple of the parts in the whole fusion reactor process require the ultimate voltage coils, which require a UV assembler to do that.
What part are you looking at?
I guess the part I was looking at originally is lost on me, but the part that I was looking at is the fusion reactor itself seems to claim that we need UV energy hatches for it.
Are you looking at the Mark 1?
Oh no, I'm looking at the Mark III. Oh, okay. That would be why. Okay. That's slightly less painful to look at.
Yeah.
Do we happen to have samarium iron arsenic oxide wire?
I don't know. Check the network.
Hey, you did that thing apparently.
I did at least a couple. I'm pretty sure I didn't automate it. I probably just made a couple stacks and cooked
Yeah,
them.
it's got 256, so. Alright. IV field generators are automated. UHP, I see he said he was working on. I'm pretty sure we've got the ZPM circuits done. Double plutonium-241 plates and double osmordium plates. Plutonium-241 ingots we do have. Double plates, good.
I have an ME interface question for you up in the original clean room.
I'm attempting to get there. There we go. Yeah.
So above the machine that's running,
Yeah.
that interface there,
Yep.
see where it says the SMD diode and it doesn't have any to put in?
Yep.
Why?
Let's see. Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, one problem I've had in here is the ME network had been cut off entirely before.
Yeah,
But-
the conduits don't work right, but the fluics, the
Yeah,
glass
the cables
cables
do.
work. But yeah, it's acting as though there aren't any available, but there's like 400.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
No, I don't think it's a priority thing, Blade.
Something to noodle.
So it works if I put them in there manually. Let's see what it does when it runs out. I'll take out half of those. Take out half more of those. I was able to pull them out of the network though, so probably. And it's able to keep them in the slot. Like normally if you put something in a slot that doesn't have a configuration, it just sucks it into the network. So it is able to keep it in the slot. It's just not able to put it in the slot. So you need 3 SMD diodes. So let's configure 3. I can't configure 3. Duh. Yeah, it's able to do that. And the SMD diodes were here. Pattern to craft them here. Extracting always. Inserting. I wonder if it's because of the crafting card. I wonder if the crafting card is doing something weird. It's literally that slot. The fuck? Well, I figured out the issue, but I don't know why.
What happened?
It's that slot. I was able to set it up in the next available slot over on the right, and it worked fine.
What?
Yeah, it's legit just that slot.
Oh. Well, that's interesting.
Bizarre. Yep, works fine. That slot's broken. Alright, whatevs.
Okay, now we know.
Probably something is locked in that slot that we can't see, like through some sort of weird-ass desync situation, and we'd have to break and replace it to fix it. That is so weird. I've never seen that before. Should I automate this? Blade, do you remember if these, if the Empower has to be 2 blocks away? Or was there an easier option for that? I'm pretty sure it was 2 blocks away. And of course we don't have an easier automation option. Combination crafting. Combination crafting. With pedestals. Marked pedestals. Combination packager. I don't know how this works. But I feel like we should figure it out. Because I feel like that might be a thing that's worth doing. Requires draconium energy conduit, elite components, black steel, it's all doable. Yeah, okay. This one. A much more efficient version of the Empower, which is good because the Empower sucks balls. Digital upgrade to the crafting core, allowing you to craft Empower recipes directly through packaged auto. The marked pedestals can be placed freely within 3 blocks distance of the crafting block, as long as they're on the same Y level. As usual with the packaged auto crafters, you need to encode the recipe in the correct mode and place a copy in 2 places. A packager somewhere in your network, and an unpackager adjacent to the combination package crafter. These recipes require a large amount of RF, will not use power from Yummy Network. Okay. You know what? I saw that, Demos. I was a little bit surprised by that. I saw that they added backrooms style liminal spaces, which I'm not in the backrooms fanboy category, but everyone else seems to be. But you know, if it's not awful, I'll play it anyway. But yeah, we have some more stuff to play tomorrow. And maybe those were the patches that make the game tolerable. Who knows? We'll find out. Combination package crafter. Alright, I'm gonna do a thing. I don't know if it's a thing that we need to do, so if you have urgent needs, like towards the fusion doodad, I'll focus on that.
I don't think we have an urgent need for the fusion reactor. Just kind of would be cool to have.
Well, I mean, since we don't like have a lot of the parts needed for it.
It's true. There is time.
Yeah. I was gonna automate the empower.
Okay.
'Cause
That sounds good.
I feel like we need that at some point.
Yeah. There's that like the packager and unpackager setup we have
Oh, I know.
downstairs.
I was just reading up on that. Yeah.
Okay. Good.
So I'm gonna disassemble this packager or this empower.
Okay.
Alright, and then all of this. All of it. Yeah, but isn't the backroom games like aren't the entire purpose of the backroom games to be as lost as fucking possible? Like that does not sound fun. I don't understand the obsession with the backrooms. Alright, so this is happening over here. And that is the ultimate package crafter. Combination package crafter, I believe, just is ability to do all three of these at once. So whatever, I don't think we need that at the moment. But the crafting core. Yeah, and the ultimate package crafter. I'm not entirely sure what the ultimate package crafter does, or the combination package crafter, because it doesn't seem to do any. It doesn't seem to have any valid recipes for it. But then again, neither does the ultimate package crafter. So maybe I'm right. Maybe it's just the ability to do all three of these. Maybe it can even do the empower recipes too. I don't know. Combination package crafter. Combination package crafter. I mean, it does say that it's the better empower, so maybe the combination package crafter is the empower one. I'm not familiar with the package crafting, so that is. Well, so, and I think my understanding of Boo-Men is that it's not necessarily a hunting monsters or a hunting ghost type game. It is more along the lines of the find hidden items while avoiding ghost situation. Because I believe Boo-Men is invade a haunted house to steal things and then get out again. So I'm not entirely sure we'll be doing any ghost hunting or monster slaying in that one. I think that's just try not to die kind of situation. But we'll have to find out. Alright, so we need 4 marked pedestals. We need this thing. Let's do that. Combination package crafter. I need crafting core. 4 of these. 1 of these. 2 of these. Yes, we are finally actually playing as thieves instead of stealing everything not nailed down while also hunting ghosts. Yeah. We don't have much in the way of black steel. Interesting. Alright. Maybe I used it all. Black steel plates? Yeah, I think I actually used the black steel plates to make these things. Alright. Wait, we have draconium. We have conduits. We have draconium energy conduits on autocraft. We have draconic superconductor energy conduits on autocraft. I have a feeling we're not quite at the point of being able to replace our entire network with those, but we're getting there. We're definitely getting there. Alright, so I have the crafting core. I need the combination package crafter, which everything is on autocraft except for the endest stars. So let's do 2 of these. Let's do 1 of these. 2 of these. And then we'll craft up. Ah, I see. Do we need endest stars for anything else? Oh, yeah, we need it for empowered diamantine. Alright, let's set up an endest star recipe. Yeah, I think we could start with remnant records and then move on to the other 5. I think that's fair. Do we remember enough of the tutorial to continue where we left off, or do we want to do the tutorial in our off time in between so we're fresh again for tomorrow? Alright, so we got the combination package crafter. Now we need the marked pedestals. We don't have a block of red steel. We don't have red steel. Well, shit. Looks like I'm gonna have to make some red steel. Oh. We have red steel dust. Alright. Red steel dust needs to go in a nitrogen. Alright. Which one of you is nitrogen? Argon, helium, 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 oxygen, nitrogen. Here we are. Here's one. Ah, I see. Oh yeah, enter house, find clues about ghost, gather the possible items, throw it in the altar doodad, hope it glows blue. The part I didn't catch is once you put all the items in there and it glows blue and you start the ritual, it says the ghost will be hostile, be cautious. But our ghosts were not hostile, and we just did it. So I'm not sure what we're supposed to do to prepare against the ghost. Because I don't remember the angry ghost coming after us while we were getting those orbs. Alright, so we got red steel. I need to find where the dust is being crafted. Probably in here somewhere. Fuck. I have no idea. I have no bloody clue. Which ones of these are running currently? You're running currently. You're red steel, right here. You're red steel. No. Yeah, you're red steel, okay. So, I think I controlled a machine over here and did not actually put a controller limiter on it, so there we go. I had Rurid crafting non-stop because I set up the limit, but I didn't set up the stopper. Hey, Dwarf, how goes it? Oh, okay, Demos, we run. Got it. Sure, we can do 7 start. Right, here, tungsten steel, canthal, black steel, bismuth bronze, sterling silver. Right. Oh, all of those things that goes into that. Okay, got it. Understood. Okay, so pedestal. Back to pedestal. I don't know exactly what I'm doing with this thing just yet, but I got space for it. We'll figure it out. So you, theoretically, and then we need. Shit. I have no idea. I need packager and an unpacker. We don't have this stuff on automate. Oh, my brain's going a zillion miles a minute, Dwarf. That's what this pack does to me. Alright, packager, unpackager. Packager extension, I don't know what that does. Packager. Unpackager. And I'm probably going to need to do the ME packaging components, but we will see. Oh, got one. Okay. What about you? Got everything. Good. Love it. Make me things. Oh, and we need the package recipe holder automated. Which is this recipe. What just happened?
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
It doesn't sound fine.
It's all right.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. I disbelieve him. I feel like I should go peep over at Pine's channel just to be sure. What did he did? What did he did? I don't get to see what he did. No, my reactors don't make explosion noises unless he set explosives. The reactors don't do explosion noises, they just do meltdowns. Eh. See? No exploded reactors. I am curious what he exploded though. So what'd you do?
I'm replacing these with EV machines.
By exploding them?
I didn't need the HV ones.
Fair.
What do I need an HV machine for?
I thought we were having like a collected grave of all of our dead machines. That's what you told me
Where?
to do with the LV.
Oh, where'd you put them?
On the network for now.
Oh.
Bah.
No, I'll just casually blow up 4 HV assembling machines.
You tell me to save it all for a memorial, and then you go about blowing stuff up willy nilly.
I'll make more. I'll just recreate them. It's fine.
We don't have everything for this automated. We don't have the block of crystalline automated. I see. Would help if I could spell. Jesus Christ. Oh God. Block of crystalline. C-R-Y. Why can't I spell right now? We have crystalline ingots on autocraft. Compacting drawer. Key for my pocket.
So we have over 100,000 titanium now with 22,000 more rutile to be processed.
Nice.
It's pretty cool.
There we go. Crystalline. I'll just make more, he says. Pfft.
I don't think we have to worry about that one anymore.
Nope. Sounds good. God, I'm lost. Lost. I'm confused. I don't even know what's going on anymore. So is it's packager on top, unpackager on top. Jesus. Okay. Hang on. I'll get this eventually. I have never actually set one of these up before. So unpackager directly on the machine. The packager I think just needs to go any old place, but obviously, why not? Oh, I need to set the recipe as well. So let's do that. Okay. What was I doing? Empowered stuff. There we go. Okay. Empowered recipes. Yeah? Does the order matter? find out. I've never actually used this thing before, so I'm just hoping it works this way. And if it doesn't, then we'll try again. It might need to be a center item, so it might need to be this center item with these 4 items around it, but I don't know. Can I right-click the button to get the combination faster? No. Yeah, I tried that. It did not work. Right-click don't do. It only cycles one direction. I know. Most everything else does cycle both directions, but this specific machine does not. Alright, so we got that. Save. So supposedly, Slappa and Slappa. Supposedly. And then we need power. Hmm. Power. I see. Oops. I ate my floor. Damn it. Actually, that does bring up a good question. Do I need to power these from the bottom? No. What do these pedestals do exactly? Do they just need to exist? I might need to look up how to use this thing, because it doesn't really tell you. Can be placed freely within 3 blocks distance of the crafting block, as long as they're on the same Y level. Okay, so they can go anywhere. Must power the package crafter directly. Okay, so that. And just for the sake of having a lot of power going into it, we can do fully surrounding. And then these, supposedly, can just kind of go anywhere.
I rebuilt the SMD diode system, so we don't have to worry about that
Nice.
level emitting whatever
Okay, so now...
nonsense.
Oh, right, I need to... I need to attach it all to Le Network. Like so. Okay, fine, Paige. Okay, fine. There. It's more pyramidal in shape now. I could also take you and do slappa instead. So now we find out this works. Do we have any of the materials to autocraft any of this? No, we don't have the nitrogen dioxide cell. What about this one? We don't have the argon cell. What about this one? The helium. Do all of these require cells? They all need cells. Okay. And sulfuric acid glass vial. Okay. Well, let's make something. Do you have anything set up from when you made the cells for the empowering? Or did you just pick the nearest canning machine?
I grabbed the canning machine on the EV line.
Okay. Alright, so what am I gonna empower? Let's empower diamond because we needs it. And that means that we need a nitrogen dioxide cell. Nitrogen dioxide cell. You can do it from the network. I led him astray before. Alright, so now empower autocraft. Hey, guess what?
Huh.
We have the empowerer automated.
For all things?
For all the things I'm aware of, I didn't look too closely at all the different possibilities.
Nice.
At least all the ones that have empowered in the name. We just need to have a storage spot so they automatically, the compacting drawer set up for all the empowered stuff so that we can craft them in block form. But come take a peek, bottom floor of the machine room.
You know what that means?
That we still have more automating to do because we don't have any of the cells for any of the empowering things.
Yes.
So, these blocks, these pedestals, unlike the original, where they needed to be 2 blocks away exactly, orthogonally,
Yeah.
these just need to be any old damn place within 3 blocks of the main unit.
Oh, okay.
So they can be in any configuration anywhere. This thing needs power, and it's the standard package or unpackager deal that you're familiar with.
Yep.
And it just do the do. So also remember when I told you about canning?
Yep.
You don't need to do that. You can just grab it from the network through the fluid interface.
Oh, really?
Just grab a cell and slap it in on the fluid interface of your choice.
Huh.
So I grab a cell,
Yeah.
and then I go into my remote fluid interface and search for the nitrogen dioxide. Grab cell in hand.
Sure, but that, I mean,
Cook
that's
it
still
like bucket.
very manual, so we're gonna want canning machines and things anyways, right?
Possibly. I'm looking to see if this pack has the fluid auto crafting. It might. So at which point we would be able to use the the ME network itself to craft cell plus nitrogen dioxide to make nitrogen dioxide cell without a machine to do that. But that is if the fluid auto crafting is in this pack. It's usually an add-on for that.
Oh, okay. Well, neat.
So then, go ahead and request up an empowered diamantine.
Oh, what if I want an empowered palace crystal?
Well, then you need a different cell for that. So make your own damn cell if that's what you want. He just twerking. Speaking of twerking, there actually is a mod. I think it's actually called Twerking for Trees. And it literally makes trees grow faster by twerking. Kerblam! Practically instant as soon as all the subcomponents are made up.
Nice.
Yeah. Frequently used in Skyblock, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's a nice little slapdash piece of automation done.
You know what that means?
More cells again?
No, check out what I got.
Oh, that's why you wanted the Palace Crystal. I see. And then this lets us do all sorts of things. Like a disenchanter. I guess the energy infuser, whatever. The fusion crafting core. How is that made? Tungsten carbide and draconium ingots? Oh, that's easy enough. And you know what that means?
Go on.
Where you at?
By the assembly line. Yes.
Yes.
Fusion crafting.
Now to do all of that a few thousand more times.
Well, that's okay. I mean, do you need a project? You want to set up a fusion crafting?
Oh, am I automating that next?
I mean, if you want. We're gonna need it. Several of them, probably.
I'll see what I can do. So you work on the fusion reactor, I work on fusion crafting.
I mean, I'm trying. It's just I'm not sure what's happening here.
Yeah, this. Yes, this. I do wonder about draconic fusion crafting. If they made another mod for that as well. So let's go in here. So we got this one done. This is good. This is important. Draconic fusion crafting. Are you in here somewhere? Yeah, you are right here. Basic fusion. So we got the draconic core. He just did that. Now basic fusion injectors. So we need 8 of the basic fusion crafting injectors. We need a lot more draconic cores. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause and I'm going to look into the cell creation. Because the cell creation is important. We need that for, like, all of what's to come. Make the rotating pig. I can't make the rotating pig, unfortunately. I can possibly work towards getting a rotating pig. But the rotating pig is actually a stand-in for any number of rotating mobs. And you have to kill the mobs with the correct sword, with the correct infusion, to then be able to possibly get their soul. But I don't know if the souls are actually needed in this pack. But I will see what I can do. I don't think we're there tonight. I think that's a significant later project. But Draconic Core requires empowered. Oh, hey, you got a fusion reactor. Nice.
Boy, do I ever.
Water cell.
How to
Cell.
set it down somewhere so we can see what the multi-block structure looks like.
Big. Slap it down right in your thing.
Boy, nice. I don't know what you're talking about.
Slap it down over here. Yeah, on your tower. Let's see what it looks like with the ghosted in place.
I think it's gonna overlap everything in the tower.
No, put it right, like right there. Like right in that little hole.
Come on, get me in this hole.
No, hold shift and space. Shift and space will lock you in place while
Oh, I
floating.
know. I'm underwhelmed.
There you go. it might need to go up a block.
Hold on, I'm just gonna slap her here so I can just look at the thing. At
Okay,
least.
fine.
There. So that's what we need to make.
Yep.
Hmm.
Yep.
Hmm.
Yep. It does seem more complex than it should be, because one of the things was any of the energy hatches just increases the amount of energy storage in this thing. So I guess it depends on if we're going to be using it to actually generate energy, or if we just want it for the item outputs.
It says all 16 energy input hatches are required to be able to process all Mark 1 recipes.
Really?
In the quest book.
What? The block doesn't say that.
No. But I'm just gonna put them anyways.
Huh. I wonder why that is. I wonder if that's a buffer thing, if that it just needs that much buffer to dump the power out.
Or to take the power in to be able to heat it up to whatever recipe it's trying to do.
Maybe.
Either way, I'm putting in all of them.
Alright, fair enough. I still say it would go perfectly under the ball. We just need to hollow out all that white concrete and give it that clamp structure.
Yeah, I might try and find a spot to fit it in there, but I don't know. Not sure yet.
It doesn't need to be fit in there. It just needs to be clamped in there. Get the clamps.
I don't know what you mean by
The
clamps.
clamps.
You're
Okay.
on your own for clamping.
Okay, so you remove basically the entirety of the white bricks that you've got here. Either at the level at the top here, or starting a couple blocks down, and 5 or so layers thick of removed white bricks. Just remove them all, and then have the reactor ring floating in the place of where you had those white bricks removed. And then you just build small little structures around them through, either angled blocks or whatever that make it appear that the tower has clamped onto the ring, top and bottom, a couple sides, whatever, so that it appears to be part of the tower structure while also remaining kind of almost like wireframe attached through maybe the black lines. You don't follow it all, do you? Yeah, okay. Or you just don't like it. Either way.
Well, okay, so the other thing that I'm trying to think about is if we do want to pull the power out of this thing from these reactions, I think they have to go into like plasma turbines. I don't know how, I guess I don't know how it works. So I guess if we want the power out of it, and I don't think we can dump EU into the ball.
No.
We'd have to, if this works the way I think it might, plasma turbine and then convert the EU into RF and then dump into the ball. But if the fusion reactor is right up against the ball, I don't know if we'll have enough space to do that.
Where are you getting the plasma turbine info?
What? What do you?
Where are you getting the info that says you have to use a plasma turbine to get the energy?
I'm not. I'm well. Okay.
Because the book says it just dumps like 600 or 160 million EU, and at that point, then all we would really need theoretically is the EU converters to dump them back into RF. Because all of the energy converters that we've been using up until this point are EU.
Right. Yeah, they're going
FE to
one way,
EU. We
yeah.
just soft mallet them back to EU, back to FE to dump it back into the network. So unless that plasma turbine is needed for some reason,
Right. Well, that's what I mean. Like, I don't know if it is, because I know like a lot of the output, or a lot of these things make, a lot of the recipes make plasma, like the argon plasma and all that.
right? I mean, those might be. So I think we're going to possibly get two different outputs. We might have plasma coming out for the plasma turbines, and then also just
I guess
straight
it
up.
doesn't matter because, well, there's only the helium plasma is a Mark 1 recipe, so. But yeah,
Oh, I see what you're getting at. So we're theoretically not going to be even generating EU off of this.
yeah, I'm wondering if for right now, if this is just going to consume EU to make the elements and stuff, and if we
Right.
want to pull power out of it, we need to make a plasma that then goes through the turbine.
Right. So like we dump in the deuterium and the tritium and then turn that into helium plasma, which we then dump into the plasma reactor, which then dumps out stupid amounts of power.
Right. That's what I'm thinking. Again,
Yeah.
I haven't built the thing yet, obviously,
Right.
to test that, but that's
I suspect you're right, and I suspect we're probably only going to be using it to get the secondary out or the item output. fusions.
certainly this first one, yeah. So I
Yeah.
don't know if it's worth putting this one up against the ball. This is
Fair.
more like a research reactor than a power reactor.
Fair. Yeah. So the one that could go against the ball,
Is a 2 or a 3?
I think
Yeah.
we do have space in here for those fusion or the plasma doodads.
Mhm.
I can at least foresee where they can go and how the wiring would work,
Okay.
but we'd kind of need to actually do it for me to really get the full feel of it.
Right.
So if we want this one to just be the item crafting reactor, then that can go anywhere.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, knowing that we only can make the helium plasma out of this one, and we probably should use it for making europium and all the other stuff
Right.
instead of for power.
Right.
Then yeah, should maybe go just somewhere else.
What
Don't
about
know where.
what about
but-
what about here? So it's visible from the road. Someone driving up along the road sees a freaking reactor hanging over their head as they drive under it. Feel totally safe.
Totally safe. Don't worry, guys.
That's fine. All right, I was doing a thing. Oh, I was looking up the fluid crafting. I don't think it exists in this pack, honestly, because I'm not. We have the fluid interfaces. We have the fluid cells. Crafting storage, crafting units. No, looks like we're just gonna need canning units for all of them. Okay, that's fair. So in that case, then, how many different cells was that? And also, the one that was more confusing was this one, sulfuric glass vial. sulfuric acid glass vial is unknown. We need to extrude. Okay. To make the glass vials. Okay. And then the cell is tin or steel or PBI. Oh, hey, I can make cells out of PBI. I have a PBI section I can use for that. Let's go back over here. Yeah, because I was making the petri dishes, so I could just slap another one on top of here. Alright, my horrible wiring is coming back to bite me. Damn. Fluid solidifier, but these ones are extruders. PBI extruder or PBI metal bender. Meh. PBI extruder would be better. This isn't really a great place for it either. That's fine. Alright. So let's go back to here. So this space I'm leaving in case we need to do more of these. A couple more. Just to spread the load, make them work faster. So this space can be... yeah. This space can be used for the cells. So we need empty glass vials. So we need an extruder for glass. We need an extruder for cells. Out of whichever cell method we want to use. And I'm pretty sure it consumed the cells. So we want to make sure that we can make them in bulk. So I think PBI to 16 cells is probably good. And then we need... six of them. Let's start backwards for a moment here. I need compacting drawers and I need 6 of them. Key. Empowered stuff. Wom. Okay, so we need Restonia and then Palace and then Diamantine. I'm just going to do these in order because it's easier. So Restonia, Palace, and then Diamantine. And then the rest we can set up once we actually have them. So now we can go back here. And we need canning machines. I don't have canning machines on Autocraft. I also don't know if canning machines are the right method for the sulfuric acid glass vial, but there's no crafting recipe for it, so I'm assuming... I guess I should probably test that, shouldn't I? Oops. Home. Canning machine. Canning machine. Canning machine. Here we are. We have several vials, apparently. So we have sulfuric acid and a vial. I'm trying not to click the thing, but let's click bucket. There we go. Sulfuric acid, glass vial. Sulfuric acid, bucket. Canning machine. Oh, there's already glass vials in here. Fair enough. Sulfuric acid, glass vial. Love it. All hail the marker. Alright, Demos. Thanks for hanging out. Have yourself a good night. See you at Ghosty Times tomorrow. Oh, I can't drink it. Boo. Boo. Alright, so let's go make a canning machine recipe. And we need 6 of them. Trying to figure out how the best way to automate this would be. And I think on request is probably best. What is this one? Why is this one? There we go. It must have been configured or something like that. So on request for that, and then we'll do the canning machines here. I need vial. No, I don't need the files. I need recipes. So let's go to the machine room and make some recipes. So we need empowered stuff. So we need empowered Restonia. And we need the sulfuric acid glass vial for that. Empowered Palace, we need the water cell. Empowered Dimetine, we need the nitrogen dioxide. Empowered Void Crystal, we need Oil Cell. Empowered Emretic, we need Argon. And empowered Inori, we need Helium. That's quite the collection of things. Right. Alright. Okay, so these are the recipes that we have to make by hand. 1 empty cell equals 1 water cell. Done. 1 empty cell equals nitrogen dioxide. Done. 1 empty cell equals oil. Done. Empty cell equals argon. Done. Empty cell equals helium. Done. And then we also need the vial and sulfuric acid. Done. Okay. So that's how this goes. And this is how you make dumb recipes, basically. So then we go down here. And we set up... Nope, that's definitely the worst way to do it.
What?
Erp.
Okay.
Just another instance of hitting V when I shouldn't.
Roger that.
Alright, so go sloopity doop, and that. Oops. Okay. We're going to do these in order. Water, nitrogen dioxide, oil, argon, helium, sulfuric acid. So now we got to look up all of those liquids and configure the exports for these. Okay, so water's here. Easy enough. This one is nitrogen dioxide. Easy enough. This one is oil, which I don't know if we have, but we're gonna need it at some point. Oil, just basic oil. This one is argon. This one is helium. And this one is sulfuric acid. Okay, so these patterns are set up so that one glass vial equals one vial of sulfuric acid. So it's just going to dump the vial down here, and then the machine's going to be relied upon to do its thing, and then dump the items back up. So we need a wrench, we need a screwdriver. I don't think that's necessary, but we're doing it anyway. Okay, so that should work, and then I just need cables across the board here. Okay, so we got the sulfuric acid, helium, argon, oil, we have good, nitrogen dioxide, and water all going into their machines, and then they all should receive their recipe and dump the item back out. So let's test that out. Let's test out the helium cell. No, let's test out empowered palace. We have one water cell available, so let's test out more empowered palace. So that's gonna craft up a whole bunch of crap. Well, let's let it go. Ah. I just got something in my pocket. I got an egg. Ah, it's not doing the canning. 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 I need you to can correctly. I need you to have a power in your machine correctly. That's how we need to do this. There we go. Okay. And then item out. And then we have the 8 empowered palace. Wonderful. Okay. So that piece is done. The next piece is these basic fusion crafting injectors, of which we really only need 9, I think. It says 8 in the book, but you need 8 to run any given fusion crafting recipe, and then you also need a 9th one to do the upgrade to the next tier. So 9. Draconic core. Let's teach the network some stuff, shall we? We have plenty of draconium. Let's teach the network some stuff. Draconic core. How are we doing for tungsten carbide? Oh, we got plenty. So Draconic core. And then we need empowered Inori, which we've got. Ender crystal, which we've got. And Europium. Great. The assembly casing is already in the network, which requires just EV stuff. That's not too bad. It looked bad at first, but it's not. Alright. I ran into a hitch.
What kind of a hitch?
The Europium kind of hitch.
Oh, well, alright then. Back to working on the other thing.
Yeah. So at least I finished automating all of the cells that go into the empowering. So that part's done. So that's good.
Nice.
But then as soon as I was like ready to make the basic fusion crafting injectors, it's like top plate Europium. I'm like, well, fuck.
Balls. Fair enough. Need fusion before you can do fusion crafting. I guess that makes sense.
Technically, that does make sense, yes. Okay, so what you need me to do?
You could do like
That's
either
imposing.
the 31 fusion glass plates we'll need. Or fusion glass, not plates. We should have everything we need for that already.
Okay. Oh, we need a PBI assembler. All right, I can do that. Do we need a PBI assembler for anything else? Should I even bother assembling that?
I would just do it.
We
with
need a
tank.
PBI assembler for making ZPM machine hulls, so...
Oh, well then there you go.
Yeah, alright. And that is an LUV recipe. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be an LUV recipe? And if I go into here, LV, LV, LUV, IV. Do you have those advanced SMD capacitors being made somewhere?
Advanced?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
All the advanced SMD components are fully automated.
Okay.
Well, as long as we have like HSS tag, whatever for some of the stuff, but
Okay. Because
Yeah,
those happen
they're-
to be assemblers that have PBI already in them, and if we only need a small amount for the moment.
oh,
'Cause-
that's true, they do have PBI in them. They're upstairs by the old MV wall in the microverses.
Okay. Because yeah, those are LUV, and I don't really have room at the moment in my machine room for LUV until I switch up to ZPM. I'm switching up to ZPM as soon as we can. Where?
MV wall upstairs by the microverses. Right here.
Ah. Over here. Okay. Okay. Charcoal dust queued in auto crafting for a minute and it's doing nothing. Okay, so charcoal dust.
I'm busy trying to make all the tin alloy we need.
Alright. Did we not have tin alloy on autocraft?
Well, we have the dust and stuff, but we need 405 buckets of the liquid.
I thought we had tin alloy liquid on autocraft.
No. We have tin and soldering alloy.
I mean, we have 87 buckets of tin alloy in there.
I know, I told you I'm making it right now.
Oh, you did that. Okay. Yeah, so if it says it's scheduled and it's not doing anything, then something's wrong. So then it's a matter of figuring out what's wrong. Charcoal dust. Fuck. Yeah, so if you've got it scheduled and it's not doing anything, that means that you've got the crafting CPU required, so that's good. But something went wrong with the recipe. So either it's maybe you've got a recipe set up to go into a pulverizer, for example, that doesn't have its auto output set up, so it's taking in the items but it's not pushing out the output. It's hard to know for sure what's wrong without being able to see it. A lot of the times it takes us a lot of investigating to find out where the problem is. But that's I was trying to find the charcoal dust. I searched for charcoal dust and I've got 70 options, so I don't know which one we're talking about. Charcoal dust. There we go. This one. Okay. So charcoal dust. Which recipe are you using to make charcoal dust? Are you talking about this one with the mortar? Got it. Okay. So these ones are a little bit tricky because the tools are kind of jank. So let me go back over to here. So charcoal dust, mortar recipe. So one thing you got to do is make sure to hit this button here, tiny little like eraser looking button, to make sure it's got the silver and copper option. And you have an iron mortar in the network. Okay. Because the other thing that I've found, so we have an iron mortar. Let's test it out. Slap of this right here because it's right next to me. We have charcoal dust. Make charcoal dust. Lots of it. Using mortar. Available 16 to craft 6. Start. I have no idea what my fucking numbers were, but it does say it worked. At least from the numbers I saw going up. Is charcoal dust in here somewhere? No, it did work. And just to make sure, we do not have mortars on autocraft, so it did use the one in the network. So I would probably need to see your setup, honestly, to figure out where that might have gone wrong. But I will say, the crafting recipes do sometimes freeze up. The one that freezes up the most often for us are the formation and annihilation cores. For whatever reason, they just freeze. They just stop. So you come in here and you click on your crafting CPU in question and you hit cancel, and that will tell the job to stuff it, and then you can try the job again and see if it works. Sometimes they're just stuck and we don't have a reason for that. But it sounds like you got everything else set up correctly. Not a regular crafting table, but you can use these crafting stations. I'm pretty positive, but I don't think there's a way to pull the item out after that. There might be with filtering. I haven't tested these yet. Like you might be able to do like an item conduit with a filter on the export to pull out only the crafted item you want. I don't know for sure, because the crafting station itself doesn't have the means to auto output its item. Well, so that's the thing, is you normally do something like this by the recipe I just set up. I literally set it up just now and put it in right here, and it worked for me. So the fact that it's not working for you tells me that something else is wrong. I just don't know what else is wrong without being able to look at your system. So make sure that you've got it in adjacent to one of these molecular assemblers. Make sure that maybe... No? No, Paige. All 3x3 crafting grid recipe items go adjacent to a molecular assembler in an ME interface that is next to each other. Crafting table does not work. Yeah. So anything that you would ever craft in the standard 3x3 grid always goes in here. Yeah, vanilla crafting table is so worthless, basically, in terms of modding. Yeah, that's never gonna work, sadly. Right, let's do a thing. Let's do a thing. Over here. Okay, so we're making fusion glass. How much fusion glass did it say? Probably related to this. How much fusion glass did you want?
31.
31. Alright. Naquita plates. Laminated glass. Do we have laminated glass? We have laminated glass. Naquita plates. So we need 2 stacks of Naquita plates, and we need 2 stacks of iridium neutron reflectors, which we do not have in the system. Naquita plates. 2 stacks. And then how do I make these doodads? Tinel. Ah, that thing he said he was making. Okay. Yeah, we have iridium plates, double beryllium plates. Double beryllium plates. I'm assuming he was in the middle of this. Tungsten carbide. 2 stacks of that. Naquita plates are incoming. Make a machine that can take the output of a dense cobblestone generator? Which one's the dense cobblestone generator? $128 cobblestones per second constantly. It should be easy enough. I mean, I don't have a reason to make such a thing that you were asking for. But it should be easy enough to do. I don't have a reason for it. There's nothing to make that we don't already have automated. That's the thing. Like this machine up here is crushing down into gravel, into sand, into dust, into clay, into glass, into quartz, into nether dust quartz, or nether quartz dust, and then somewhere over here we're making more stuff. Like, legit don't need free stuffs. We have We have 2,000 each of cobble, sand, gravel, dust. We've got 16,000 glass, 16,000 quartz glass. Pretty much everything on this portion of the wall is made out of cobblestone. That's it, just cobblestone. And this one, and these things, and that one, and that one, and most of this. It's all actually this whole thing is cobblestone. That one's cobblestone. Yeah, just there's no need to. Okay, so you're almost done making. This is good. We have 11.7 million diamond nuggets. We have 604,000 coal. We have 1.3 million diamonds. So we're fine on free stuff page. But weird. That makes sense though. The double plates are half a stack. Nice. Nice touch. How far are you along with that tin alloy thing? And or are you making the iridium neutron reflectors?
The tin alloy is 4 of those. I'm not making them yet, and we are at 270 buckets out of 402, or whatever I said.
Okay. Does that count the ones that go into the fusion glass that I need?
All the tin alloy goes into neutron reflectors, yes.
Okay.
But not all of that. Not all neutron reflectors are for the glass.
Right, but you have accounted for the glass.
I have accounted for the glass.
Okay, just making sure.
Yes.
Well, then I'm sitting here waiting for those.
For what?
I need iridium neutron reflectors to make the fusion glass that you asked for.
I see.
I also have doubled my count of Nakoda plates and the iridium neutron reflectors. So that can go away. That can go away. That can go away. Because it's 2 per. You need the 32. So I need 16 and 64. And those go into the iridium neutron reflectors, which he's probably making. Alright then. Well then, Paige, if that looks like too little to you, then you make it. The thing I don't like about the dense cobblestone generator is the need to put buckets in there. Like, there's no easy way to craft this thing, so I don't want to do it, is the bottom line to that. Like, I just don't... I don't want to make it, because it requires making 8 of these compact, or these cobblestone generators per compact, and then 8 of those to make it dense. So you end up needing 64 of the basic cobblestone generators. So that's 2 stacks of, or sorry, 128 buckets of fluid that you have to manually bucket by hand to get those to craft correctly. And there is no way in hell I'm doing that. In fact, the dense cobblestone generator is probably something I would never make, because by the time you need that much cobble, you've got the rock breaker, which can make a stupid amount of cobble within moments of even looking at it funny. and it would be a whole hell of a lot easier to automate than the dents. It's similar to what I got going on here. These are all rock breakers. They're on a slow process because they're making black granite. But if I had them set up doing cobble, it would be doing that much cobble per second, basically. But yeah, thankfully, we don't need things like the ultra dense cobblestones, like the octuple compressed. Thankfully, we don't need those, that I can tell in this pack. Yeah, it looks like as far as we need is the quadruple compressed to do fusion crafting. And that is a one-time deal, apparently. And even that's not necessary. Triple compressed isn't needed, double compressed isn't needed, regular compressed isn't needed. I've played packs where you've needed a near infinite amount of octuple compressed cobblestone. So you need to make billions of cobblestone to finish the pack. I've played those packs. I don't want to do that again. No thank you. Still don't know how I want this thing to look aesthetically by the time I'm done with it. I can't work my way out here too much, as I only have one block space to work with. I can go this direction a little bit, but I don't really want to eat into the road, so I have basically one block space to work with. I can go outward this way a little bit. And this way a little bit.
Alright, these neutron reflectors are 13-second craft on ludicrous voltage.
Oh my. Well, that's not cool.
So we need 88 of them total. We
Cool.
have 4.
Cool.
They're going into this bucket down here.
So then we wait and do other things, I guess.
I guess. Such as
As such and things.
oh man, I need more rhodium plated aluminum palladium ingots. No.
We don't have much trinium, so I'm not going to do the trinium coils. I don't think that's a thing we can do right now. Draconium double plates we could do, just cuz. Done. Hopefully that's not a higher tier recipe than I have available. Draconium double plate. It is only an MV recipe. Okay, good. There, I did a thing. I did a quest because I could do it.
Proud of you.
Thanks.
It
Unfortunately,
is good to do quests.
that stops me from doing anything else. So you know, whatever. Because we did this one, but we can't do this one because of the europium requirement, which is here. And europium is a fusion reactor item, so we're stuck behind that. Yada yada yada. Yep, that's a large lead up to that. Package crafter done. Naquitabules, alright. a cleaner room, sterilizing filter casing. I could try working on that. We're gonna need the cleaner room, our clean room, aren't we? Oh no, we're gonna need like a stack of that shit. We're gonna need that many of that shit. Oh no. Alright. I don't know if we thought that far ahead when we were making the clean room. Alright, so we need the large PBI fluid pipes and the black light. Let's automate as much as I can. Machine room. Large PBI fluid pipe. Alright, so that's that. We need black light. I do believe all those things are available. Let's see, black light. Yeah, all those things are available on AutoCraft, so that's good. And then sterilized fuel or fluid casing. Sterilizing filter casing. There we go. And that can just get a recipe. And that wants me to make 8 of them. So let's queue up 8 of them. That's not the one. 8 of them. We have all of the everything needed to make it. And just making sure it doesn't require anything that we have crazy requirements for. Nah, it's fine. Iridium might be a question. Do we have how much iridium do we have? Oh, we got enough iridium. That's fine. Queue up 8 of them. Now that's gonna be a long craft, I suspect. So that's just gonna take some time. Love hearing my machine room kicking around me. So while that cooks, let's see what else we can do. Enderium double plates. Sure. Do we need Enderium? Wait, we need Enderium double plates for stuff? What? Oh shit, we do. Alright. I didn't realize we needed that. Because I don't think I have Enderium in here. Standard MV recipe. Yep, okay. Double plates. There you are. Guess I should update my spreadsheet and make sure Enderium double plates are on the list. Enderium.
Alright, all the neutron reflectors that you need for the glass are in the network.
Oh. Oh, thank you.
Sure.
So we need what, a stack of them? Naquita plates and laminated glass. Laminated glass. Naquita plates. I see. I guess I can't easily use these things, can I? can't easily use these. Blast it all.
What are you assembly lining?
What am I assembly lining?
I don't know. Ah. Ah, I see. You're
Oh, I'm assembly lining.
sterilizing the filter cases.
Yeah. Figured we had like all but one item automated, so I figured I'd just slap it all together and finish that. It wants 8 for the quest. We're gonna need like 2 stacks of that shit at some point.
Might as well, yeah, replace the big
Yeah.
one with it.
So this assembly machine is locked into that. So this is LUV. Technically don't need LUV. I think I can go with these, which we don't have one. I have a machine room item for this. No, I got an assembly machine with sodium, potassium. Yeah, I do need an LUV assembler. These are not LUV assemblers. That wouldn't have worked anyway. Okie dokie. That spot that's doing the iridium neutron reflectors, is that the only LUV spot we've got?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's got any machines. There's some in the big clean room, top floor, like signal and cables and stuff, but there's nothing there.
Ah, okay. Because it turns out I need LUV to put together the fusion glass. So I pretty much need this machine to be done.
I can make another one.
Guess.
Otherwise, yeah, it's kind of getting there.
Kinda getting there. Elite ass to not a crafting table. I wonder if that was a part of the substitution recipe. Because it wants 2 nanoprocessor mainframes, which we have, but it's attempting to do something else with it. It's attempting to, yeah. So it needs to not have this ORDIC substitution for it to work with the circuitry, which I don't like, but we gotta We gotta deal with it. There. Alright, so we got a weird problem.
Oh, I don't like that.
Well, so I'm attempting to make an auto-crafted Elite Assembly Machine 2 for LUV. And I made the recipe, and it says it wants nanoprocessor assemblies, even though I told it specifically to use the mainframe one that we've got for LUV. I don't know where it's failing or why.
That's weird.
Oh, no, so it's got nanoprocessor mainframes in there, so it's attempting to use nanoprocessor assemblies for something else. So one of the other crafting recipes that got made is looking for nanoprocessor assemblies. So maybe could be the machine hull, could be any of the LUV parts like the iron motor, etc. So any one of those could have been made with the wrong recipe.
Could be, yeah.
Let's see.
Just check those patterns and then make sure the like or dict is on or whatever.
Yeah, I'm looking through them right now. Nanoprocessor mainframe for nanoprocessor assemblies. So it's the ARM, I guess. Let's take out the ARM recipe and remake it. Yep, it was the robot arm recipe that was in your assembly
Okay.
line.
Nice.
Yeah, those recipes for the assembly line, they don't have the option to do OR dict replacement. So if we ever change up which version of the circuits that we're using, or if the recipe
Oh,
wasn't
you
made
have to
exactly
cut
right,
it.
yeah, it messes up. Alright, so that's chonking through that. Oh, and nope. This. Nice. Okay. So the cleaner or the assembler is being made as we speak. It's chonking through right now. It is not fast, by the way. This thing is a slow ass machine. 15 seconds per item, and I think there were like 8 items that needed to go through here. So this is going to be a bottleneck for some time, unless we start making a bunch of them.
Interesting conundrum.
Yeah.
We are out of carbon dust.
That is interesting.
Yeah. We used to have bazillions. And
Yeah, to the point where I think we're avoiding a bunch because we didn't need it anymore.
we're avoiding tiny piles.
Ah. Maybe we stop doing that. I mean, I'm not sure how much of a dent that would make in our needs, but
Not too much. I'm trying to figure out how we were making that before, or what that was coming from. I'm thinking it was grinding up charcoal. Well, no. No. You can electrolyze charcoal and coke. We could grind up grind up coal and then looks like arc furnace it.
seems a little excessive.
It does.
Could grind up diamonds and electrolyze to 16
Or no,
carbon
it's
dust
coal,
each.
it's centrifuging. Sorry, centrifuging coal dust.
What's the output on that though?
It's a 1 to 2.
Oh yeah, diamond is a 1 to 16
Ah,
with just an electrolyzer.
so
I mean,
we
grind up diamond dust, so you know.
So is it doing the electrolyzing the diamond dust?
Yeah.
Ah,
And that's a 1 to 16. It's a 38-second LV recipe, but that'll have down repeatedly.
sure.
Um,
Could do that. Yeah.
I didn't realize we'd ever need to actively make carbon dust.
Nor I. It's 5 seconds on Eevee.
That's not too bad. Where else were we getting it from?
I feel like it was something that was on the LV wall that got moved or something. Oh yeah, it's right. Yeah, it's on the LV wall right here.
Oh, is it just not...
It is exactly that. We're macerating coal and then we're centrifuging the coal. But since it's LV, it's slow.
it's slow.
So,
So
exactly
we're
what
getting it, we're just not getting it fast enough then.
right.
Got it. So if we switch this up to macerate diamonds instead...
I mean, we're already making diamond dust.
Oh. So we just need to electrolyze diamond dust somewhere.
Right.
What are we making diamond dust for?
Mana dust.
Oh, okay. Are you making it in any decent quantity?
Sure. I mean, what's decent?
Enough to run our entire base on carbon dust? Because apparently an LV wall is not enough.
Possibly. Sure. I mean, we have the diamonds to spare.
We do. So you want I should set that up?
Sure. Maybe find some way to limit the output so we don't wake up or get on Thursday and all of our diamonds are now carbon.
Alright, so... Can do. Can do.
Otherwise, we do have 605,000 coal. Oh,
And we have 1.3 million diamonds.
right. I feel like we might need the diamonds more than the coal, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
All right, all the rest of the neutron who's what's its are done.
Nice. You can be diamond dust, and you can be transfer any. Diamond dust. Stack of it. Import. Auto out. Right. This thing. Ah, this happened again. I need to fix this. Still not fast enough. I just set up an advanced electrolyzer to do the diamond to carbon conversion, and it's still being chewed as fast as we're making it.
The hot commodity.
Apparently. Oh, need this now. Okay, so I needed to make the fusion glass. I think he said 31 of it, so we'll make 32. So I need 16 laminated glass to go in. And which circuit is this? This is no circuit. Not go to plates. Not go to plates. Iridium neutron reflector, laminated glass. PBI. PBI. LUV. Clean rooms. Son of a bitch. Alright, I missed a step in the fusion glass crafting process. It needs to be done in a clean room. God damn it.
Ah, shoot.
Alright. Fine. Okay, bye, Paige.
Actually, the fusion machine casing was due as well.
Well, dang it.
Well, dang it.
The assembly machine doodad, the assembly line, that is not finishing the robot arm that I told it to finish.
It's probably out of. I don't actually know. I don't know. Just maybe stop and restart it.
We have so many crafting jobs going on right now. I think we're
Yup.
using over a dozen of our circuits, or our CPUs.
Yup.
Is there something I'm missing with the way the assembly line is supposed to work?
I don't know. What do you know about
Oh,
it?
never mind. It's
Oh.
Apparently it had to rebuild all of the subcomponents after I canceled that job, so they all got reused somewhere? Question mark?
Curious. I wonder where they. Yeah, I don't know. Wonder where they went.
No idea. Yeah, making up the fine Ruridit wires before we can figure out if the assembly machine's gonna work. Alright, it's moving. Is it stuffed up somewhere?
I mean, entirely possible. Should have all the fluids it needs for everything.
Looks like it might have gotten stuffed up full of items. I see electric motors in here. I see pistons. I see a nanoprocessor mainframe. Like
Well, yank them out of there. See what happens.
Hey. So that's where all those subcomponents went.
Yep.
Alright, now it's chunking along.
All right. That's good.
Please tell me you can finish the job. It's still choking on the robot arms. What the hell? Alright, so if we look at robot arm, it needs 4 of the long rods, which it's got. It needs a gear, which it's got. It needs 4 workstations, which it's got. 2 nano supercomputers, which it's got. 3 gears, which it's got. Two motors, which it's got. So it's got the first row. Electric piston, which it's got. LUV circuit, which it's got. And it's missing the last item. It's missing the niobium titanium cables. Oh, I think I know what's going on. It didn't even add the niobium titanium cables. Well, that's bullshit. Alright. 4 niobium titanium cables. Niobium, titanium, regular cables? Regular cables, okay. 4. Those will hopefully not take too terribly long. Good. So that's chunking along, letting it go manually for now. I need to fix this recipe. Yeah, it's not adding the niobium titanium cables. Lame. Alright. Niobium titanium cables. Fuck. Well, I figured out what was wrong again.
What was that?
When I created the recipe for the LV robot arm, it's refusing to add the niobium titanium cables to the list. So I have to manually add it to create the recipe.
Oh, that, yeah. Right. Yep, I had to do that for one of them. And that's when if you remember last time I was talking about niobium nitrate and all that, because
Right.
I had grabbed the wrong cable because they look the same.
Right, and then I told you about the niobium titanium cables. I didn't
Yep.
realize that you were having to add those cables in manually to that recipe.
Right. Well, yeah.
That's
I had
fantastic.
assumed that I had done it right the first time with everything, so we wouldn't have had to worry about it again, but...
Right. I think at some point we switched out which circuits we're using, and that broke the previously correct recipe, so I had to recreate it, which then broke it again because of the cables that I forgot about.
Right.
I think I fixed it now. I think we're good.
Great.
Oh, and this one. Alright, so we have an elite LUV circuit assembler now, finally. So now I can go to the clean room and slap of this somewhere. Here will be fine. Son of a bitch. Now, why aren't you working? Fusion glass. Laminated glass. Knock it a plate. Iridium neutron reflector. Laminated plate. Laminated glass. Knock with a plate. Iridium neutron reflector. PBI liquid. PBI liquid. LUV. Clean room. LUV. We are definitely in a clean room. I give up.
Oh no, is it still broke?
No, I got the thingy. I got the assembler that I wanted. I'm in the goddamn clean room.
Yeah.
LUV. I've got all the stuff in here to make the fusion glass, and the machine isn't running. It doesn't require a circuit. It's got the laminated glass. It's got the Nakoda plates. It's got the iridium neutron reflector items in there. It's got the PBI liquid. It's got power. It just doesn't go.
Let's see.
Went through the last like half hour making sure that this damn assembler is available, and now it doesn't work. mean, are we clean roomed? Everything else is running down here. So
Yeah, no, that's what I
Yeah.
was just checking. Yeah, we're still alright on power out there, which is fine.
Yeah, and the machine's got a full buffer of 2 million EU.
Right.
Polybenzimidazole.
Oh, figured it
Polybenzimidazole.
out.
What was it?
This is a circuit assembler.
Thanks.
I have done that before.
I know, because I'm the one that's pointed that out to you before.
Yep.
And yet, here we are again. Alright. Well, we've got a LUV circuit assembler if we need it.
Perf, we will. You can just grab this assembler from over here as soon as we make a new one if you want. It'll be quicker. Just pull the one off of that small little line.
Which? What? This one?
No, sorry. Back in the main base.
Oh, take the one. Okay,
Upstairs.
got it.
Yeah. Just take that one.
Okay.
Yeah, right here. Yeah.
So the frustrating part about that is that I thought I had finished the recipe to craft the assembly machine that was going. So when I thought I had finished it, I just grabbed one of the assembly machines in the network that had a 1 next to it, and I didn't even read the damn thing because I thought it was done.
Oh, shoot.
But apparently that recipe is still stuck because it's still not working correctly, so we're going to figure that out later.
Yeah, that's a problem for later, man.
Okay, let's try that again. The correct items this time. Here we go. Here we go. We're going. Alright, I need more iridium neutron. Okay, fusion glass get.
Huzzah.
I'm gonna slap that right there. Just in case. Just in case it's needed. Da-dee-da. Various hatches. It does want ULV. So those are the lowest possible tier. So that's a thing, I guess. ULV input and output hatches. Yeah, let's automate those, because why the hell not? I'm pretty sure we have the buses, but not the hatches. Yeah, alright. ULV input hatch. ULV output hatch. 2 inputs, 1 output. Okie dokie. 2 inputs and 1 output. Doodly doo. LUV energy hatches. What parts are you working on right now so I don't step on you?
I am trying to make the ludicrous voltage hatches, all 16 of them.
Ah, I see.
Yeah. Which is requiring more rhodium plated aluminum palladium than we have. So those are smelting, and I got 8 of those hatches being made right now, which it looks like it just finished.
3456.
So I'll have to do the other 8 in a little bit, and or on Thursday,
All right.
or whatevs.
We do not have uranium rhodium dinaquidide wire, so we're gonna have to go with the more expensive recipe of the indium tin barium titanium cuprate wire. Do we even have that? We
Yeah, a lot of this now is also
sort
waiting
of
for the
have
trinium to
that.
process, because we need 576 trinium ingots to melt down for all the casings.
Yep. Unless we can do uranium rhodium dinaquidide, which is half the, well, 2/3 of the trinium requirement. Like we have the indium tin barium titanium cuprate wire, but if we can do the uranium rhodium dinaquidide, then we use less trinium for it. Or if we can make enriched naquita trinium europium ternide.
That's in a ZPM assembler.
Okay. Okay, fine. So we need the first one.
Yeah.
Bah, humbug.
Yeah.
Do we have enough of the indium tin barium titanium cuprate wire? Or rather, the ingots that go into that?
I don't know.
Okay. So we need... How many of that? Superconducting coil blocks. We need 4 of them, I think it said.
Oh, we need more than 4. Hang on, I got it in my recipe chart here. I can...
Okay. Well, however many superconducting coil blocks we need, it's an entire ingot of the indium tin barium titanium cuprate, or sorry, an entire stack of ingots. And we only have a stack and a half currently. So we don't have enough of that regardless.
We need 768.
Cool. So we need about 10 times what we have currently.
Yep.
Alright. Cool.
Yep.
You know, I really shouldn't have had to question what was in this one. Indium, tin, barium, titanium, cuprate. Indium, tin, barium, titanium, cuprate. Shouldn't have had to ask that question, but whatever. I'm assuming he did not automate that. Because we have all of those in quantity except for maybe the indium and the barium. Indium is low. Barium is moderately low. Okay. Cool. I'm getting the feeling that we may need to work on some of these resources we're sucking at before we do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna, like, I think redo... Well, I'm gonna rebuild, like, the EBF room. That way we can make that a little better.
You mean rebuild it in the new building, right?
Anything's possible.
So that's a hard no. Yeah, it's gonna be empowered. So we've got Restonia. Let's do Palace. We've got empowered Palace, but we don't have it in here, so let's grab that. Slappa. Yeah. And then, so we got Restonia empowered, Palace empowered, Diamantine empowered. We need the Void Crystal empowered. Let's make one of those. Let's make one of these. There's the Void Crystal. It's lava. And then let's make the Inari Crystal. Now to make these standalone, we have to craft. So we're going to set up crafting recipes just to make sure that the system knows how to do that. Inari Crystal here. Slap. Good. Alright, so now we just need to make the recipes to tell it how to do those things so that if those come up in crafting recipe requirements, then our system knows how to do it. Setting ourselves up for success in the future. I do need more patterns. Okay. So, empowered Restonia. Doobity-doo. Empowered Palace. Shaboop. Empowered Diamantine. Kerblam. Empowered Void. Shoop. Empowered Emeradic. Tink. And empowered Inori Crystal. Star for effort. Alright, and then let's slap of those somewhere. I don't know, any old place will do. How about this spot right here? There we go. Okay. So I'm going to slap of these in the network in case those ever come up as needed.
Adding an ever-growing list of stuff to this pair of EBFs.
Yep. I mean, they were pretty grossly underused to begin with, so you know,
Yeah.
make them more used.
Yep. So I'm probably, I'm gonna like do this sort of a thing, and what I was thinking is limiting it at the ingot level again,
Okay.
but because we've got like this chain for the inserters or
Yeah.
the whatever,
Yeah.
have one interface per ingot
Okay.
that goes into it, and then we can have the level emitter off of that. And so even if one, we don't need one of them and another one kicks on, then it will still distribute across the whole line.
So fair warning about that. I don't know if it'll work.
Why?
Because when I was attempting to do something very similar with the alloy blast smelter upstairs, I was only able to get it to recognize like 6 input buses before it just wouldn't form the multi-block anymore. And there's even
Well,
less
that's fine.
space to work with down there.
Right. Well, I mean,
Because if you've got one input bus here and the next input bus here for a different ingot and then the next one here for a different ingot, you're no longer sharing the multi-block structure. You're only sharing
no. I
the
mean,
sum of
no.
them.
I'm gonna have the same layout of EBFs. I'm just gonna
Yeah.
have more interfaces up along the top.
Yeah, but there's not enough room for more interfaces along the top.
What are you talking about?
Okay, so this interface right here, this input bus, this is only being shared between this EBF and this EBF. It's not shared across the entire block. So
Okay.
if you are saying you need more of the input buses across the top to have a single ingot per input bus, you're going to limit how many EBF machines will actually be able to use those input
No, I'm
buses.
gonna keep the whole line of conduits.
But how are you going to limit it then? You said you were going to have one input bus
Yep.
with a single ingot.
Right.
Yeah, so how are you going to then have, 6
I mean,
different types of
the
ingots?
the same way it's done right here. With all the rest of these, with just having a level emitter to turn off that interface.
But it's going to turn off that interface for all of the ingots, rather than each individual ingot. Unless you're
No,
going to have a single EBF for a single ingot.
No. I don't. I don't think so.
So this is level emitting off of tungsten carbide.
Yep.
If we had another type of ingot in here besides tungsten carbide, it ain't doing that one, because tungsten carbide fills up. It's not going to do the second one. It's only going to level emit off of tungsten carbide.
Okay. Well, here's what I mean. Okay. So I'll just have another interface.
Yeah.
Okay, I grab a conduit. Another conduit.
Ah, I see.
And another level emitter.
I see.
And just have one dust per interface. And then it'll still distribute across the whole
okay.
line.
I was misunderstanding. I thought you were talking about a single input bus on the EBF for each ingot.
No, a single interface per ingot.
Single interface per ingot. Okay.
And then so it'll still use the whole line of EBFs.
I suppose
For
that
all of
could
them.
work. As long as the redstone signals don't like interfere with adjacent ones, you might need to space them out a little bit.
I don't think it will because
It should be directional, but
right. I mean, I'll test it out
Yeah.
on this existing line here just to make sure
Okay.
it works the way I think it will.
okay.
And then, yeah, I'll probably do one for all the things like I go under argon. One for probably 2 for all the nitrogen stuff. Just because there's so
Right.
much nitrogen, but
Yeah, and
you
these
know.
EBFs don't have to be 6 long. I was just working within the space, so they can be bigger if we're moving to the other building. We can have a line of 8 to 10 to 12 of them or whatever if we need
we
to.
cannot, as long because the multi-blocks have to be within a chunk boundary.
Oh, okay. That would be a problem.
Yep. Otherwise, it starts voiding stuff. So we have to remain within. So I think the 6 wide is as good as we're gonna get,
Probably,
new building
yeah.
or not.
Let's see. We can go out one more, technically. One more 3 wide, which I think is just 2 more spaces for 1 more.
Yeah.
So it can go up to 7, I think, is the max that we can probably fit in here. Unless we can somehow find a way to share it out the backside. Or
Yeah, I
like
don't-
share them in a big ring or something.
Yeah. I would definitely doubt that because of like the power or like the input
I
hatches.
kinda wanna try it. See if I can get a big old ring of them.
We'll test her out in creative mode.
Alright, I have a task for tomorrow.
Yeah. See if you can make something like that work in a more efficient manner.
Yeah. Because, I mean, I'm not entirely sure we'd be able to get away with just one EBF for each type of liquid, at least not for some of the ones that we use the most of.
No, and yeah, I mean, like, yeah, a lot of these are. Yeah, I mean, most of these things are sitting idle over here, so
Right.
it's possible we can. Like, we don't need vibrant alloy constantly running.
Right.
Although it appears that the vibrant alloy dust is not being made. Because this is on, it should be letting it through, but what happened there? Not
Yep,
that
I
we
don't-
need vibrant alloy for anything.
There's no dust. We only have 8,900 in the network.
8900 dust?
8,900 ingots.
Oh. So we're out of so this is the problem that I was describing. So we're not making vibrant alloy dust because it requires energetic alloy dust. And we have enough energetic alloy that the machine is turned off.
Ah, yep. Okay.
So
Yeah, and that's... Yeah.
I think limiting it at the ingot side here on the EBS is probably the best way to go about it. At least better than the dusts, maybe. 'Cause a lot of these dusts are relying on previous dusts, like all the HSSs
Right.
and all that. So
Yeah, and I think my mentality behind limiting at the dust was we were just doing too much EBF sharing to really reliably limit them. But I think
yeah, that's true.
your new thought should work theoretically.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. That's
Okay.
probably what I'll do tomorrow, maybe depending on the results of your test.
Okay. Okay. I will give that a shot. I don't.
Because what I'm thinking is if I move this block up too and just like smoosh them all straight together,
Right.
we might be able to fit in.
We should be able to fit 3 rows of them. I had it spaced out so we can fit 3 rows of them, but you don't have any access to the back once you finish building it.
Right.
Which is fine because you don't use the back for anything.
Yep. But I was just wondering if we had room for maybe a 4th row back here. If we moved them all up, but we don't because they're 3 wide and that'll only save us 2.
Well,
well.
so it's 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So
Yeah. No.
if you can find a way to fit more than 18 EBFs in a single chunk, because that's what this setup would be.
Right.
18 in one chunk.
Right.
Then that'll be our new method. But if you
Okay.
can't figure one out, a way to do that, then yeah.
Well, we can fit 1 more EBF on the end of here. I mean, it would go on top of our elevator, basically. It would go out to here.
Right.
But it would work. Because each individual extra EBF is only 2 more blocks.
So I don't know if I really care enough to extend it out past, like, onto the walkway and stuff.
Right.
Because with the current plan, we can fit 18 in a chunk, whereas previously we were doing 9.
Right, yeah.
So
we're definitely doubling
either way,
our
we're going to
ability.
increase our EBFs by at least 3 or 4 times.
Right. And actually, looking at the way these are all spaced, you can essentially convert these in place. Because you need the.
I need to shift them over.
No.
One of them over. But,
Well, yeah, a little bit.
and I'll probably do them all, at least most of them, in HSS tag G, just because why not?
Well, right.
I'll do. Well, because we got a bunch of Naquita today.
Actually, we don't need to shift these at all. I mean,
Really?
unless you want to replace the coil blocks, you literally just add another EBF controller here, and here,
Oh yeah.
and
you're right.
here, and then you tack off another line of casings here to finish off the extra machine at the end here, and that's it.
Yeah, that's gonna be remarkably easy.
Yeah, I think you just need to make sure that the coil blocks are set up right,
Right.
but you don't need to change any of the existing ones technically. The only thing I don't know is if they all need to be the same coil block type.
I would imagine they do, but I'm just basing that off of Greg Tech being Greg Tech.
Right. But it'd be good to upgrade
Because
them all
like some of
anyways,
these
make them
walls
faster.
would be like they'd be 50-50.
Right.
Well, probably. I mean, 2/3, 1/3.
I'd be
inside.
curious if it worked. I mean, we could try slapping the excess parts in the middle here and just see if it works.
It's another thing for your test.
I would be curious. Yes. All right.
Yeah, I think it would probably say structure incomplete.
Probably.
I mean, we can actually test that out quite easily by just replacing one block with that of another type.
Oh yeah.
And see if it forms the structure or not. It does
Nope.
not. All right.
Fair enough.
It's all got to be the same.
Test complete.
Test complete. Now we know.
So at the very least, the coils on these will all need to be replaced. But at least we don't need to move the wiring or anything like that.
Right.
That's kind of
I'll
neat.
just burn through a whole bunch of HSS. I'll probably make a line, maybe 2 of Naquita ones, if we have enough, or if I feel like spending that much. I'm not sure. At least 1.
Okay.
At least this line, but
Oh,
yeah,
we're winding down on the Minecraft, I think.
I don't know. Then we
Alright.
can keep upgrading as we need, but HSS Tag G is pretty cheap.
I mean, would it be worth upgrading all these from Nichrome to HSSG? Because I mean, all these are all Nichrome, so they'd be easy to convert into a straight line for sharing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, I'll look at the, well, yeah, I'll look at all the various ingots that we're making with them and see, because I know, like, if you go up an energy level or a heat level, you get a return.
Okay.
There's a bit of a bonus to it.
Like quantity or speed?
I'm trying to find where it talks about that. Once,
I vaguely remember a quantity upgrade. I know the coils themselves have a hold shift to read more. So like Nichrome coil block in a multi-smelter, pyrolysis oven, and cracking unit has bonuses, but nothing beyond that. It seems like it's only the multi-smelter, the pyrolysis oven, and the cracking units have bonuses, other than maybe speed.
It's, well, yeah, I guess I'm not too sure, because I'm looking at, like, the quest for the Nichrome coil block, which is easier to find in the progression tab.
Ah, okay.
And the green text in there is talking about 100% efficient overclock for recipes that are half the temperature and below. So I guess I'm not sure how that relates to the EBFs, but the top of the text is talking about EBF, so
Interesting.
yeah.
Hmm.
That's all I was going off of.
And the future ones don't mention anything about that.
That's probably because they already gave you that info.
Yeah, I think they gave you that in Canthal and Nichrome. Oh, in Canthal, higher tier coils provide some bonuses to multi-blocks, pyrolysis oven, multi-smelter, cracking unit, EBF. Temperature of the EBF is the coil's temperature plus 100k for each voltage tier above MV. For every 900k above the recipe temperature, the energy usage is multiplied by 0.95. And for every 1800 above, 1 overclock becomes 100% efficient. Each overclock will 4 times the speed instead of 2 times.
So it's worth using the best coils we can manage.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay. Yeah, because the EBF is mentioned in the green text in the Canthal coil block quest.
Yep.
But it's not mentioned on any of the coil blocks themselves in NEI.
Right. So.
Which makes it difficult to understand sometimes.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, so you're gonna work on HSSG for most of them, and then Naquita for this line, maybe.
At the very least, this one line will be all Naquita, yeah. Because
Okay.
there's, at this point, there's 3 different things in this one block right now waiting to get smelted. So
Right.
spreading that out.
and
would be
it's
nice.
full too.
Yes.
Okay.
So at least one line of Naquita, because we got 2,600 dust today,
Right.
so that'll be enough, more than enough to finish this up.
Did you run all 5 of the things? The
I
microverses?
ran 7 of them.
You ran 7 of them. Okay.
Yeah.
So we may want to end up running more of that, depending, because we also need the trinium and lots of
Yep.
it.
Yep. So yeah, if over the next however many, like tomorrow, Thursday, and thereon, if you want to just run an extra 1 or 2 through, by all means,
All right.
as long as we can afford it.
Yeah. I'm also looking to see how far along we are from titanium. Oh, never mind. Never mind. That is a fusion reactor of titanium and duranium.
Hmm.
So never mind.
What is that for? Oh,
Oh, I was just looking at the top tier coils.
oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we still have trinium coils to go between.
Yeah. I was kind of hoping we'd skip a step.
Yeah, that's usually how this pack has been working. We can just skip a step.
I mean, typically we end up making like one of a step, and then we skip that step entirely and go full on in the next step. So
It's true. Looking at our MV line here of like our manual machines,
right,
up on the second floor, and then like the EV line, and then what we have for IV and LUV. There's
right,
like much fewer machines per.
right, and we've even only used a handful of, you know, IV and LUV machines in general.
Yeah,
But
that doesn't apply to the multi blocks though.
damn. All right, fine.
Which
Alright.
there's yeah. I
I'm
also really want to
I'm-
rebuild
I'm
the
brain
ore
dead.
processing in multi blocks.
I
Okay.
do. I feel like having large amounts of multi-blocks would be kind of neat.
It would be, and it would all go so much faster.
Yes. But I do
That's gonna
think
go in the new building.
I do think we need to redo stuff in the new building,
Yeah.
rather than, you know, attempting to leave everything in place. Like you're gonna rebuild the EBFs in place. Why not?
Well, at the
new
very
building?
least, the EBFs are now super easy because you can have shown that I just need to slap down a couple extra controllers in between them. I don't even need to pick up most of them.
True. True.
But yeah. Also, yeah. With as far as the new building goes, any if you're feeling creative or whatever, any walls or flooring or windowing or whatever you feel like you want to do to it, by all means, go for it.
All right. All right.
Any help to get that thing done sooner would be, I mean,
Okie
would be
dokie.
great.
Okie dokie. All right, we're gonna stick with the quartz glass whenever we do windows.
Sure.
All right. Okay. I'm still trying to figure out how I want to decorate the reactor towers. Haven't decided there yet.
Cooling in the breeze.
Cooling in the breeze. I mean, it's definitely air cooled. It's assisting the cryothium process.
Speaking of, has that kept up all night? Oh, yeah.
Haven't paid attention.
Yep. We're still at 8704, which is the max of the drawers.
Nice.
So.
Yep, and then these are doing good. Every once in a while they tick down like 2 machines empty.
Yeah.
So still 3 machines over necessary.
I'm curious about was the redstone at 144 or was it 114?
It was 147 when we started.
Hmm.
I'm
Where's the-
moderately positive.
All right. Something else to keep an eye on.
Yep. Okay. I do not have brain left.
Nope, I'm good.
So yeah, good for the night. We did stuff, I think.
Yeah, a bunch of circuits. Worked our way towards the fusion reactor, which that one controller took like an hour and a half to make.
That is true. And I did the Empower automation
Yeah.
and everything related to that. The cells, the automation of the blocks to small chunks and all that stuff, like in here. I don't know what else we did. I spawned 4 chickens in one. That was a new Minecraft feat for me.
You did. Yeah, that's a highlight.
And I quickly murdered them all because no.
Oh man.
They all grew up to be adults and it was just time to cull the herd of chickens.
Fair enough. Should probably do that to the chickens outside too. before
No,
they
we
start-
were leaving them.
I know, but look, they're starting to encroach on our territory. Look,
They're
there's this one
trying,
right
yep.
here.
He's looking in the window. He's like, "Come on, let me in. Let me in. What harm could be
We're
done?"
gonna have to go to war with the chickens.
But no, but chickens. We've
Look-
only
They're still in the trees.
They haven't really gotten more in the trees.
Look at the look.
It's spread all the way out here. Oh God.
These chickens are doing a mining operation to the core of the planet. What are they up to? See, we got. I mean, these dudes are nefarious, man.
They are.
Who knows what's happening here?
They are. They're doing something.
Hmm.
All right. You know what? It's fine. They'll be fine. They're ganging up with the pigs.
And there's 2 wolves over here too.
And the wolves aren't eating the chickens. They're in cahoots.
Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh
We're
no.
gonna have a chicken war on our hands before too long.
Yep. We're gonna have a population explosion. They're gonna start fighting over territory.
Yep. It's gonna get gruesome.
There will be casualties. We might be dragged into the war in some way or another.
Gotta make sure to keep our doors closed.
I just looked over there and saw it open. I'm like, oh no.
Alright. Well, until Thursday then.
Until Thursday. Bye.
Later.
Okie dokie. Minecraft done for night. My brain done for night. I don't know. I don't know what's next. This pack just keeps on going. Keeps on going. I'm going to keep encouraging him to work in that building rather than just continuing rebuilding where we're at. I think some things can be done where we're at, like the machine room, the reactor room, the DML room, all of that building. This building, I think, can be continued to be used for certain things. I mean, maybe the EBFs stay here and we just turn this into a big ass smelting room. I don't know. Whatever. We'll have to think it through. But I want to make sure we use the new building and that it looks neat. So we'll keep trying to figure out how to do that. Well, that's it for tonight. Tomorrow we're doing more new ghost hunting games, so look forward to that. I'm gonna revisit one of the ones we did, and then we're going to check out 5 more that we didn't get a chance to. So that should be fun, I'm sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
So that's it for tonight. Thank y'all for coming. I will see y'all next time.